Welcome back, Night Wanderer. Tonight we're going to explore the world of mammals, the warm-blooded creatures that nurse their young, wear coats of fur, and somehow manage to inherit the earth after the age of giants came to an end. If you enjoyed this journey through the gentle science of mammals, consider subscribing so we can explore more wonders together as you drift towards sleep. Now, let's begin. There's something extraordinary hiding in plain sight, something so fundamental to the mammal story that we named the entire group after it. Mammals are the only animals on Earth that produce milk to feed their young. It seems simple when you say it like that, doesn't it? But pause for a moment and consider what this really means. A mother's body becomes a complete food source, perfectly calibrated nutrition delivered on demand, like no hunting required, no frantic search for the right plants or prey while caring for helpless newborns. This single innovation, this ability to transform the mother's own energy into liquid nourishment, changed the course of evolution in ways we're still discovering. It meant that mammal mothers could stay with their young in one place, hidden from predators, while their babies grew strong enough to face the world. It meant nutrients could flow from one generation to the next in the most intimate exchange imaginable. Every mammal you've ever known, from the blue whale to the tiny shrew, from elephants to humans, shares this one profound commonality. We all began our lives drinking the alchemy our mothers made for us, a gift written into the very definition of what we are. The man who gave mammals their name understood what mattered most. Yeah, in 1758, Carl Linnaeus, the Swedish botanist who organised life into kingdoms and phyla, who gave us the language we still use to categorise the living world, chose to call this group Mammalia. The word comes from the Latin mamma, meaning breast. Not fur-bearers, though all mammals have hair. Not warm-bloods, though they maintain constant temperature. Linnaeus looked at the diversity of mammal life and decided that nursing, that singular act of nourishment, was the defining feature. It's a choice that says something about priorities, isn't it? He could have emphasized our intelligence, our adaptability, our conquest of nearly every habitat on the planet. Instead, he chose connection. He chose the bond between mother and offspring, the transfer of life through milk. Perhaps Linnaeus understood, even in the 18th century, that this was the innovation that made everything else possible. The big brains, the complex societies, the elaborate parental care, all of it builds on that foundation. We are first and always the animals who feed our young from our own bodies. Everything else is footnotes to that central truth. In the grand catalogue of Earth's creatures, mammals are a surprisingly small chapter. There are approximately 6,400 known species of mammals alive today. That's less than 1% of all animal species on the planet. Think about that for a moment. For every mammal species, there are more than 100 other kinds of animals, insects, fish, birds, reptiles, amphibians, countless invertebrates living in soil and sea. By sheer diversity, mammals are a rounding error in the book of life. And yet, when you look around, mammals seem to be everywhere that matters. We dominate the land from pole to pole. We've conquered the oceans, whales and dolphins reclaiming the seas their ancestors left behind. We've taken to the air with bats. We've burrowed beneath the ground, climbed to the highest forests, adapted to deserts and tundra and tropical jungles. Despite our small numbers, despite being barely a footnote in Earth's biodiversity, mammals have managed to occupy nearly every ecological niche this planet offers. It's not about how many species you have, perhaps. It's about what you do with the ones you've got. And mammals, it seems, have done quite a lot with rather few variations on the theme. The mammal story is older than you might imagine, and humbler than our current dominance suggests. Mammals first appeared around 200 million years ago, and during the age of dinosaurs. Picture that world for a moment, a planet ruled by reptilian giants, where the thunder of tyrannosaur footsteps echoed across continents and pterosaurs cast shadows from the sky. In that world of scaled behemoths, the first mammals were small, probably nocturnal, definitely cautious. They were the background characters in someone else's story, scurrying through the underbrush while the real action happened in daylight. For over 100 million years, mammals lived like this. 100 million years. That's longer than the time between now and the first flowering plants, longer than the time between now and the breakup of Pangaea. For longer than we can really comprehend, mammals waited in the shadows. They evolved, certainly, developing better hearing, keener smell, the warm blood and fur that would eventually serve them so well. But they stayed small. They stayed quiet. They lived in the margins of a dinosaur world, patient in ways that individual creatures can't be patient, but species can. Evolution was preparing them, though of course evolution doesn't know it's preparing anything. It was simply that the mammals who survived the dinosaur age were the ones who could thrive in the spaces dinosaurs didn't occupy. The night shift, the underground, the tiny niches, and when the asteroid came, when the age of giants ended in fire and darkness, the mammals were ready. Not because they'd planned to be, just because they'd learned, over countless generations, how to survive when the world belonged to someone else. At the extreme edge of mammal existence lives a creature so small it almost seems impossible. The Etruscan shrew weighs just 1.8 grams. To put that in perspective, a single sugar cube weighs more than this animal. A US penny weighs more than 3 Etruscan shrews. This tiny hunter, smaller than your thumb, contains all the complexity that makes a mammal, a 4-chambered heart, a warm-blooded metabolism, lungs and liver and brain, all miniaturized to the point of absurdity. And here's where it gets truly remarkable. The Etruscan shrew's heart beats over 1,200 times per minute. That's 20 beats every second. A pulse so rapid it would seem like a continuous vibration if you could somehow feel it. This creature lives life in perpetual fast-forward, burning through energy at a rate that seems almost violent. It must eat constantly, multiple times its body weight every day, or it will simply run out of fuel and die. There's no coasting for the Etruscan shrew, no lazy afternoons, no rest beyond the briefest sleep. It exists at the absolute limit of what mammalian biology can achieve at small scales. Any smaller, and the mathematics of metabolism would break down entirely. Heat would escape too quickly. Food couldn't provide energy fast enough. The Etruscan shrew lives at the edge of physical possibility, a reminder that size isn't just a detail, it's destiny, written into every racing heartbeat. At the opposite end of the size spectrum swims an animal that defies comprehension. The blue whale is not just the largest mammal, it's the largest animal ever known to have existed on Earth. Not just larger than today's creatures, larger than anything in the fossil record. Even the most massive dinosaurs, those titans of the Mesozoic, were smaller than the largest blue whales. Some blue whales reach lengths of over 100 feet and weights approaching 200 tons. That's heavier than 30 elephants. heavier than 2,000 humans. A single blue whale's tongue weighs as much as an elephant. Its heart weighs as much as a car. Think about what this means. The blue whale is the largest animal that evolution has ever produced in over 3 billion years of life on Earth. Everything else, every dinosaur, every ancient sea scorpion, every mammoth and megalodon falls short, and the blue whale lives right now, swimming through our oceans, diving into depths we can barely explore. These creatures aren't fossils. They're not legends from an ancient past. They share the planet with us, and gliding through waters we've charted and waters we haven't, existing at a scale that seems almost mythological. Perhaps it's fitting that the age of mammals, our age, contains the largest animal ever to live. After 100 million years of being small and careful, of waiting for our moment, we finally produce something that dwarfs every giant that came before, not with teeth or claws, but with sheer, incomprehensible mass. The blue whale reminds us that records are made to be broken, and sometimes the present is more extraordinary than any ancient past. Here's a detail that seems wrong at first, the kind of fact that makes you do a double take. All mammals have hair at some point in their lives. All of them. Even whales and dolphins, those supremely aquatic creatures whose skin seems as smooth and hairless as polished stone. Yeah, it seems impossible, doesn't it? But development tells stories that adult anatomy tries to hide. Dolphin fetuses, curled in their mother's wombs, grow whiskers. Tiny, delicate hairs appear around what will become their snouts, just for a little while during their time before birth. Then, before they enter the world, these whiskers fall away, evolutionary echoes that serve no purpose in an oceanic life. These phantom whiskers are genetic memories, messages from an ancient past when the ancestors of whales and dolphins walked on land, probably looked something like deer or wolves, and definitely had fur. 50 million years of living in the ocean has stripped away almost everything from that terrestrial heritage. The legs became flippers, then flukes. The nostrils migrated to the top of the head, becoming blowholes. The shape streamlined into something hydrodynamic and perfect for cutting through water, but the genes still remember fur just for a moment in the darkness before birth. It's as if evolution can't quite bring itself to delete the old instructions entirely. Those useless whiskers appear and disappear, a brief flicker of history in every dolphin's development. Proof that you can go home again, to the ocean, to the sky, to the underground. But you'll always carry traces of where you came from, written in your very cells. In the development of your unborn young, the past whispers, "I was here first." Mammals maintain a constant internal temperature regardless of the world outside, a trick called endothermy, or warm-bloodedness if you prefer the simpler term. Right now, wherever you are, whatever the weather, your body temperature hovers around 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. It doesn't matter if you're in the Arctic or the Sahara. Your cells operate best at this specific temperature, and your metabolism works tirelessly to keep you there. This internal furnace requires enormous amounts of energy. We burn calories constantly, even while sleeping, just to maintain our warmth. But this expensive adaptation allows mammals to do something reptiles and amphibians mostly can't. We can live anywhere. We don't need to bask on rocks to warm up before we can hunt. We don't slow down when the sun sets. We can be active in the coldest places on Earth, in the depths of winter, in the middle of the night. Polar bears hunt on ice that would send a lizard into torpor. Humans built civilizations in climates where cold-blooded animals can barely survive. This metabolic furnace is why mammals conquered the planet so thoroughly after the dinosaurs fell. We traded efficiency for flexibility, accepted the burden of constant hunger in exchange for freedom from the tyranny of external temperature. It's a costly adaptation, this warm blood of ours, but it bought us the world. It seems like a fair trade, doesn't it? The price of never being truly cold, never being truly limited by the weather, is simply this: we must always, always keep the fire burning. In the grand mammalian family, there's a small group of holdouts, creatures who never quite got the memo about how mammals are supposed to reproduce. Only 3 groups of mammals lay eggs: the platypus and 4 species of echidnas. These are the monotremes, and they represent something like a living fossil, a branch of the mammal tree that split off very early and decided to keep some of the old ways. They have fur, they produce milk, they're warm-blooded. By every measure that matters, they're mammals, except they lay eggs, leathery shelled eggs like reptiles, then incubate them for weeks before they hatch. This seems like a contradiction, doesn't it? But evolution doesn't draw clean lines the way our categories do. The monotremes are living proof that the transition from reptiles to mammals wasn't a single leap but a gradual progression, and some creatures got partway there and decided it was far enough. They represent an ancient branching point in the mammal story, before live birth became the standard approach. Their existence is a reminder that evolution tinkers, experiments, will leave some models running even after newer versions come along. The platypus and echidnas are evolutionary antiques, still functional, still surviving, still laying their eggs in burrows while the rest of the mammal world births live young. They're the exception that proves the rule, the outliers that show us how mammals used to be before we became entirely ourselves. When the first platypus specimen arrived in Europe in 1798, scientists were convinced it was a hoax. This seems almost understandable when you consider what they were looking at: a beaver's tail, a duck's bill, webbed feet, venomous spurs, fur like an otter, and, once they examined it more closely, it laid eggs. The whole thing looked like someone had raided a taxidermist's scrap pile and assembled a prank. European naturalists literally took scissors to the dried skin, looking for stitches where a prankster might have sewn different animals together. They examined it with suspicion, with skepticism, with the certain knowledge that nature didn't make animals this ridiculous. But nature did. The platypus was real. Impossibly real. A genuine creature swimming in Australian rivers and making a mockery of neat taxonomic categories. It took years for scientists to accept that this animal existed, that evolution had genuinely produced something so strange, and perhaps there's something charming about that initial disbelief, that moment when the natural world revealed itself to be more creative, more willing to experiment, more fundamentally weird than even scientists had imagined. The platypus is a reminder that nature has no obligation to make sense to us, to follow our categories, to produce creatures that fit neatly into boxes. It does what works, and if what works looks like a joke, well, the platypus isn't laughing. It's too busy being perfectly adapted to its ecological niche, thriving in its Australian streams, laying its eggs and feeding its young and carrying venom in its heels, utterly unconcerned with what European scientists think is possible. Of all the mammals on Earth, only one group achieved true, sustained flight. Bats are the only mammals capable of powered flight, the only ones who took to the air and stayed there, generation after generation, perfecting the art of movement through 3 dimensions. Birds had their turn at this, of course, and insects before them. But among mammals, with all our warm blood and fur and complex brains, only bats figured it out. And the way they did it is remarkable in its strangeness. A bat's wing is not like a bird's wing. It's not built from modified arms covered in feathers. Instead, imagine taking your own hand and stretching it. Now imagine your fingers growing longer, impossibly long, extending until they're several times the length of your arm. Now imagine skin, thin, elastic skin, stretching between those elongated fingers, connecting them in a living membrane that catches the air. That's a bat's wing. It's a hand, fundamentally, a hand that evolution repurposed into something that could carry its owner through the night sky. The thumb stays short and develops a claw for gripping. But the other 4 fingers become the framework for flight, skin stretched between them like a parachute that's learned to do more than just fall gracefully. When you see a bat flying, you're watching an animal that's essentially swimming through the air with modified hands, feeling the currents with fingers that have become wings. It's alien and familiar at the same time, a solution to flight that no one else tried, at least not among the mammals. And it works beautifully. Here's a statistic that might surprise you. Nearly 1 in 4 mammal species is a bat. With over 1,400 species, bats represent the 2nd largest order of mammals, exceeded only by rodents. Think about what this means. If you gathered one individual from every mammal species on Earth into some impossible Noah's Ark, roughly a quarter of those animals would be bats. Different sizes of bats, different shapes, different diets, different habitats, but all sharing that fundamental design, the stretched hand wing, the nocturnal lifestyle, the mastery of aerial space. This diversity suggests something important. When bats discovered flight, they didn't just find a new way to move. They found a key that unlocked countless ecological niches. Some bats eat insects, plucking mosquitoes and moths from the night air with echolocation-guided precision. Others drink nectar, hovering at flowers like furry hummingbirds. Some hunt fish, skimming their feet across water surfaces. And yes, a few drink blood, though not in the way horror movies suggest. Each species is a variation on the theme of winged mammal. Evolution experimenting with what you can do once you've mastered the air. The bat body plan proved so successful, so adaptable, that it diversified into over 1,000 different forms. It's proof that sometimes the right innovation at the right time can open doors that stay open for millions of years, creating space for endless variation. One successful experiment in modified hands became a quarter of all mammal species. That's the power of a really good idea, written in flesh and fur and those remarkable delicate wings. In the world of small mammals, there's a general rule that seems almost universal. The smaller you are, the faster you burn through life. Tiny creatures have racing metabolisms, rapid heartbeats, brief lifespans. A mouse might live 2 years if it's lucky. A shrew, smaller still, might see one birthday and consider itself ancient. But bats break this rule in ways that make biologists shake their heads in wonder. Some bat species can live over 40 years despite their tiny size and fast metabolism. 40 years. That's longer than many dogs live, longer than most cats, longer than you'd expect from an animal that weighs less than your phone. How do they do it? We still don't fully understand, though scientists are studying bats intensely, hoping their longevity might teach us something about aging itself. Part of it might be flight. Flying requires such precise control that natural selection favoured bats with good DNA repair mechanisms, cells that could maintain themselves without accumulating the errors that lead to aging. Part of it might be their unique immune systems, which tolerate viruses that would devastate other mammals, suggesting unusually robust cellular defences. Part of it might be something we haven't discovered yet, some molecular trick that lets bats ignore the normal relationship between size, metabolism, and lifespan. Whatever the mechanism, bats are living proof that the rules of biology are more like guidelines, flexible at the edges, breakable if you have the right adaptations. A tiny bat weighing less than a handful of coins can outlive animals 10 times its size. It seems impossible, but then again, so does flight, if you think about it hard enough. And bats have been doing that for 50 million years. Imagine trying to sleep while knowing that stopping paying attention, even for a moment, could kill you. This is the reality for dolphins who sleep with only half their brain at a time. One hemisphere rests, electrical activity slowing, neurons taking their necessary downtime. The other hemisphere stays alert, vigilant, keeping the dolphin aware enough to surface and breathe. Because unlike us, unlike most land mammals who breathe automatically, dolphins are conscious breathers. Every breath is a choice, a deliberate action. They can't just drift into unconsciousness the way we do, letting their bodies handle the mechanics of staying alive, so they evolved a compromise. The left hemisphere sleeps while the right stays awake. Then they switch, giving the other side its turn at rest. Through it all, the dolphin keeps swimming, keeps rising to the surface every few minutes, keeps breathing. One eye closes while the other watches the world. It's called unihemispheric slow-wave sleep, and it's one of the strangest solutions to the problem of rest that evolution has produced. Imagine what it must be like to never fully surrender to sleep, to always have part of yourself standing watch. Perhaps dolphins don't think of it as strange. Perhaps for them, this half-awake, half-dreaming state is simply what sleep means. But to us, with our nightly plunge into unconsciousness, with our complete surrender to dreams, the dolphin's sleep seems almost melancholy. They live their entire lives never quite fully at rest, never entirely vulnerable, never completely still, always swimming, always surfacing, always breathing, with only half their mind dark at any given time. It's efficient, it's elegant, and it's utterly, hauntingly lonely in a way that's hard to articulate. The price of living in the ocean when you breathe air, written in sleep that's never complete. If you could examine a dolphin's brain, you'd notice something striking. It has more folds and convolutions than a human brain. These wrinkles, these Girian sulci in neuroscientist terminology, thus increase the brain's surface area, creating more space for the thin layer of neurons called the cortex, where most of the complex processing happens. More wrinkles generally means more processing power, more room for computation, more capacity for whatever it is that brains do when they're thinking, perceiving, remembering, experiencing. So the question becomes, what are dolphins doing with all that processing power? We know they're intelligent. They recognize themselves in mirrors. They have complex social structures. They appear to have distinct cultures that vary from pod to pod. They communicate with sophisticated whistles and clicks, perhaps even having something like names for each other. But that folded brain suggests even more going on beneath the surface. Capacities we maybe haven't discovered yet because we're looking in the wrong places or asking the wrong questions. Perhaps their echolocation creates a sensory world so rich, so detailed, that it requires vast neural real estate to process. When a dolphin echolocates, it's not just hearing distances, It's perceiving density, texture, internal structure, creating a three-dimensional acoustic image of everything around it. Maybe that takes more brain power than we imagine. Or maybe dolphins are thinking thoughts we can't access, experiencing consciousness in ways we don't have concepts for, using that elaborate brain for purposes we haven't begun to understand. The folded surface suggests secrets hidden in wrinkles, intelligence expressed in forms we're still learning to recognize. Elephants possess a sense that seems almost like magic, though it's grounded in physics as solid as anything else in nature. They can hear through their feet, detecting vibrations from miles away. When an elephant rumbles, producing those deep bone-shaking sounds that seem to come from the earth itself, some of that sound travels through the air, but much of it travels through the ground. The low-frequency vibrations radiate outward, rippling through soil and rock, spreading across the landscape in seismic waves that other elephants can feel. An elephant receiving these messages senses them through their feet, through those wide, padded feet that look cumbersome but are actually exquisitely sensitive. The vibrations travel up their legs to their skull, where they're processed as sound, as communication, as information. Through this ground-based network, me elephants can coordinate across distances that would make shouting useless. A matriarch can warn her family of danger from miles away. A male can announce his presence to potential mates without ever being seen. The herd stays connected through the earth itself, through seismic signals invisible to us, creating a communication network that exists below the threshold of human perception. We walk on the same ground and hear nothing but our own footsteps. Elephants walk on the same ground and hear conversations happening at the horizon. It's like they have access to a secret layer of reality, a whole channel of communication humming beneath the surface of the world. And perhaps they do. Perhaps the earth holds more messages than we know, and elephants, patient ancient elephants, know how to listen. An elephant's trunk is one of evolution's most remarkable achievements, a fusion of nose and upper lip that contains over 40,000 muscles. To put that in perspective, the entire human body has only about 600 muscles. The elephant's trunk alone has 60 times more muscles than your whole body uses to move, gesture, speak, walk, run, everything. This incredible muscular density gives the trunk capabilities that seem almost impossible. An elephant can use its trunk to uproot a tree, applying thousands of pounds of force. Moments later, that same trunk can pick up a single blade of grass or manipulate objects with the fine motor control of human fingers. It can snorkel while swimming, trumpet warnings that echo for miles, spray dust for sun protection, caress another elephant with remarkable gentleness, or deliver devastating blows in combat. It's a nose, yes, with a sense of smell that rivals a bloodhound's, but it's also a hand, a weapon, a tool, a musical instrument, a social signaling device. The trunk is so integral to elephant life that calves sometimes suck their trunks, the way human babies suck their thumbs, practicing the control they'll need for the rest of their lives. Losing a trunk is often fatal for an elephant, not because the injury itself is lethal, but because so much of elephant survival, drinking, feeding, social interaction, depends on this extraordinary appendage. It's not just an organ. It's the elephant's primary interface with the world, packed with more muscles than seem physically possible, capable of both power and precision in ways that still seem almost magical when you stop to really consider them. Among Earth's creatures, very few appear to understand death in the way we do. But elephants might be one of them. They've been observed engaging in behaviours that look remarkably like mourning, like grief, like the acknowledgement that someone who was here is now permanently gone. When an elephant dies, other elephants will sometimes stand vigil over the body for hours, even days. They touch the bones with their trunks, gently, carefully, as if trying to understand through texture what words cannot convey. They've been seen covering bodies with branches and earth, not burying them exactly, but perhaps offering some form of protection or respect. Most hauntingly, elephants will sometimes visit the bones of dead elephants years after death, touching them, examining them, standing in what looks like contemplative silence. That they seem to recognize elephant bones specifically, showing more interest in elephant remains than in the bones of other species. Some researchers have observed elephants appearing to recognize the bones of specific individuals they knew, spending longer with the remains of family members. We can't know what they're thinking, can't access whatever emotions might accompany these rituals. But the behaviour suggests something profound happening behind those ancient eyes. Perhaps they're remembering. Perhaps they're processing loss in ways we'd recognise. Perhaps they have some concept of what it means that this elephant, this specific individual, is no longer among the living. Death is one of the few truly universal experiences, something every living thing eventually faces. But acknowledgement of death, contemplation of it, ritualistic response to it, that seems to be rare. And elephants touching the bones of their dead with such apparent care might share this burden with us. The weight of understanding that some absences are permanent. There's something almost poetic about the whale's origin story. These massive ocean dwellers, these creatures so perfectly adapted to life in the sea that they seem to have always belonged there, evolved from land-dwelling mammals that returned to the ocean about 50 million years ago. Their ancestors walked on 4 legs, probably looked something like small deer or large dogs, and lived along coastlines and river deltas. Gradually, over millions of years, they waded deeper, spent more time in the water, found more food in aquatic environments than terrestrial ones. Evolution responded to this lifestyle shift. The hind legs shrank, eventually disappearing almost entirely, leaving only vestigial bones buried deep in the whale's body, anatomical fossils of a walking past. The front legs became flippers, optimized for steering rather than supporting weight. The tail developed flukes, horizontal rather than vertical like a fish's tail, perfect for the up and down swimming motion that mammal spines naturally produce. The nostrils migrated to the top of the head, becoming blowholes for easy breathing at the surface. The whole body streamlined, became hydrodynamic, shed everything that created drag. 50 million years of incremental changes transformed a land animal into the blue whale, into the orca, into dolphins and porpoises and all the cetacean diversity we see today. And if you look carefully, yes, you can still see the echoes of that terrestrial past. The finger bones hidden inside flippers, the hip bones that support nothing, the horizontal tail flukes that reveal a spine designed for bounding across land, not undulating through water. Whales came from the land, conquered the ocean more thoroughly than seems possible, and carried their history with them in bones that no longer serve their original purpose, but remain silent witnesses to one of evolution's most dramatic transformations. If you could lower a microphone into the ocean during breeding season and listen carefully, you might hear something extraordinary. Some whale species sing songs that can last up to 30 minutes and travel across entire ocean basins. Humpback whales are particularly famous for this. The males composing elaborate musical sequences that ripple through the water for hundreds of miles. These aren't simple calls or brief vocalizations. They're structured compositions with themes, variations, patterns that repeat and evolve. And here's what makes it even more remarkable. The songs change over time. Each breeding season, humpback whales in a region will sing slightly different songs than the year before. The males seem to innovate, adding new phrases, dropping old ones, modulating the patterns in ways that spread through the population. It's almost like fashion or culture, this transmission of new musical ideas from whale to whale across thousands of miles of ocean. All the males in a region gradually converge on the same song, though individuals might add their own flourishes. Then next year the song evolves again. We don't fully understand why they do this. The songs are probably related to mating, to competition between males, to establishing status or territory. But the cultural transmission aspect, the way new patterns spread and old ones fade away, suggests something more than just instinct. It suggests creativity, choice, the capacity to do something new because it's new, because other whales are doing it, because the song feels right in some way we can't access. The ocean holds these songs, carries them across distances that would make human voices useless, lets whales communicate across spaces so vast they're almost cosmological. And the songs keep changing, keep evolving, keep adding new verses to a composition that's been ongoing for millions of years. In the Arctic waters swims a creature that looks like it escaped from medieval mythology. The narwhal possesses a tusk that can grow up to 10 feet long, spiralling through the water like a unicorn's horn rendered in ivory. But this isn't a horn at all, and calling it a tusk is almost misleading. It's actually a tooth, specifically the left canine tooth, that grows straight through the narwhal's upper lip and keeps growing, spiraling outward in a left-handed helix that seems to defy the normal rules of dental architecture. What makes this even stranger is what scientists discovered when they examined the tusk more closely. It contains millions of nerve endings, tiny pathways that connect the inner pulp to the outer surface, making it one of the most sensitive organs in the narwhal's body. This inside-out tooth can apparently sense changes in water temperature, salinity, pressure, environmental information that helps the narwhal navigate Arctic waters where conditions shift constantly. Imagine having a 10-foot sensory organ extending from your face, feeling the ocean around you, gathering data about the world in ways you don't have other mechanisms to perceive. The tusk might also be used in social interactions, in displays between males, possibly even in hunting, though we're still piecing together its full purpose. What we know is that evolution took a tooth, turned it inside out, grew it through the lip to absurd lengths, packed it with nerves, and created something that looks fantastical but serves entirely practical purposes. The narwhal carries its mystery openly, a question mark spiraling through Arctic seas, a real as stone and strange as dreams. Here's a fact that reveals how evolution tinkers with timing rather than redesigning everything from scratch. Giraffes have the same number of neck vertebrae as humans, 7. Not more, despite having necks that can reach 6 feet long. Not specially multiplied vertebrae creating length through quantity. Just 7. The same 7 that you have in your neck, the same 7 that mice have, that whales have, that bats have. It's a mammalian constant, this 7 vertebrae neck architecture, conserved across species that look nothing alike and use their necks for completely different purposes. The difference is that each giraffe vertebra can be over 10 inches long. Evolution stretched the existing bones rather than adding new ones, also elongating each segment until the neck reached heights that allowed giraffes to browse leaves other herbivores couldn't reach. It's an elegant solution in some ways, preserving the basic body plan while pushing one aspect to an extreme, but it also reveals the constraints evolution works within. Adding vertebrae is apparently harder than simply making existing ones longer, even if longer creates its own engineering challenges. Those elongated neck bones create problems, blood pressure issues, coordination difficulties, vulnerability during drinking when the giraffe must spread its legs and lower that enormous neck to reach water. But 7 vertebrae it is. 7 it remains, stretched like taffy until they create something that towers over the savannah. The giraffe's neck is a monument to evolution's preference for modification over innovation, for working with what's already there rather than starting from scratch. And somehow, impossibly, it works. 7 bones, impossibly long, carrying a head into the canopy where the leaves are tender and the view goes on forever. To pump blood up a 6-foot neck to a brain positioned high above the ground requires some remarkable engineering. A giraffe's heart weighs about 25 pounds and generates roughly twice the blood pressure of most mammals. This massive organ, larger than a human's head, beats with tremendous force, pushing blood upward against gravity in a feat of hydraulic power that seems almost excessive until you consider the alternative. Without this pressure, without this powerful pump, the giraffe's brain would be starved of oxygen every time it lifted its head from drinking. But here's where it gets even more intricate. When a giraffe lowers its head to drink, that high blood pressure becomes a potential disaster. All that blood pushed upward with such force during normal standing would rush downward with the assistance of gravity, potentially causing the brain's blood vessels to rupture from the sudden pressure spike. Evolution's solution is a complex system of valves, elastic vessels, and specialized structures in the neck that regulate blood flow during these dramatic height changes. There's a network of vessels at the base of the brain called the rete mirabili, the wonderful net that acts as a pressure regulator. The jugular veins have valves that prevent backflow. The whole cardiovascular system is designed around the problem of managing blood pressure across a 6-foot vertical range. Every time a giraffe bends to drink and then stands up again, it's performing a cardiovascular feat that would cause most mammals to pass out. Their hearts beat with the force necessary to overcome tremendous odds, fighting gravity with every pulse, winning the battle thousands of times a day. It's exhausting just to think about, this constant hydraulic challenge. But for the giraffe, it's simply what living means. A heart that pounds with double the pressure, sending blood on a 6-foot journey again and again for decades. In the slow-motion world of the sloth, even basic biological functions happen according to a different clock. Sloths only defecate once a week. For most of that week, they accumulate waste. Their digestion's so slow that food can take a month to pass through their system. Then, once every 7 days or so, they descend from their trees, a rare journey to the ground that exposes them to predators they normally avoid by staying in the canopy. And when they finally go, they can lose up to 30% of their body weight in a single session. Imagine that for a moment. Nearly a third of their mass is waste they've been carrying around, weight that makes them even slower, even more vulnerable. Yet they hold it for days before making the perilous descent. Scientists still debate why sloths do this. They could simply defecate from the trees, letting gravity handle the disposal. Many canopy-dwelling animals do exactly that. But sloths climb down, dig a small hole with their stubby tails, bury their waste, then slowly climb back up. Some researchers think it's about nutrient recycling, returning minerals to the base of the tree they depend on. Others think it's about the moths that live in sloth fur. The moths lay eggs in fresh sloth dung, and perhaps the sloth's descent is a service to these tiny passengers. Or maybe it's something else entirely, some aspect of sloth life we haven't figured out yet. Whatever the reason, once a week the sloth transforms from a barely moving presence in the canopy to a creature on a mission, descending with deliberate slowness, carrying out a ritual that seems to matter enough to risk death for. Even in the sloth's slow world, some things can't be postponed forever. If you examine a sloth's fur under the right conditions, you might notice something peculiar. The hair grows in the opposite direction from most mammals, from belly to back instead of back to belly. For a creature that spends its life hanging upside down, this makes perfect sense. Rain falling on a sloth doesn't pool in its fur the way it would if the hair ran the normal direction. Instead, the water runs off along the hair grain, following the path of least resistance downward to the ground far below. It's a small adaptation, this reversed fur, but it speaks to how thoroughly sloths have committed to their upside-down lifestyle. They don't just tolerate hanging from branches, they've redesigned themselves for it, rearranging even the direction their hair grows to accommodate a life spent inverted. Their internal organs are even rearranged slightly to account for the reversed gravity, positioned to function optimally when the sloth is upside down rather than right side up. When a sloth is hanging from a branch, that's not a temporary position. That's home. That's the default state. Right side up is the aberration, the brief exception during their weekly descent to defecate. The rest of the time, upside down is simply right, and their bodies know it so deeply that even their fur grows to match. It makes you wonder about the nature of normal, doesn't it? If you spend your entire life inverted, if every adaptation points toward hanging rather than standing, then perhaps what looks upside down to us is actually perfectly correctly oriented. The sloth's fur, growing backward according to our expectations but perfectly suited to the sloth's reality, reminds us that perspective shapes everything, even the direction of hair. The sloths move so slowly through the rainforest canopy that their fur becomes something more than just insulation. Algae grows on sloth hair, tinting the fur with a faint greenish colour that provides camouflage among the leaves. This isn't an accident or a sign of poor hygiene. It's a tiny ecosystem, a symbiosis between mammal and plant that exists nowhere else quite like this. The sloth's slow movement and humid environment create perfect conditions for algae to colonize its fur, and the sloth benefits from the camouflage this living paint provides. But it goes deeper than that. Some species of moths live exclusively in sloth fur, nowhere else on Earth. These moths have become so specialized that their entire life cycle depends on the sloth's weekly descent to defecate. The moths lay eggs in the fresh dung, the larvae feed on it, and then the adult moths fly up to find another sloth to colonize. The moths contribute nutrients to the fur ecosystem when they die, which encourages more algae growth. which provides more camouflage and possibly even supplemental nutrition when sloths groom themselves and ingest some of the algae. It's a whole interconnected system, layers of dependence and benefit, all happening on the surface of an animal that moves too slowly to shake any of it off. The sloth is not just an animal. It's a habitat, a world unto itself, carrying an entire community through the trees. Every sloth is an ecosystem, slowly drifting through the canopy, covered in life that couldn't exist without its patient, plodding presence. In moving slowly enough, the sloth became home to things that needed stillness to survive. Just at the opposite end of the speed spectrum from the sloth lives an animal built for pure velocity. Cheetahs are the fastest land mammals, capable of reaching speeds over 70 miles per hour. In full sprint, they're faster than most cars drive through neighborhoods, faster than anything else on land can manage. Their bodies are absurd collections of speed-focused adaptations, long, thin legs, a flexible spine that coils and releases like a spring, oversized nostrils and lungs for maximum oxygen intake, a long tail for balance during high-speed turns. But here's the limitation that keeps cheetahs from being unstoppable predators. They can only maintain this incredible speed for about 30 seconds before their bodies overheat dangerously. The same metabolism that allows such explosive speed generates heat faster than the cheetah can dissipate it. After half a minute of running flat out, their body temperature approaches levels that could cause organ damage. They have to stop, have to cool down, or risk literal death from overheating. This makes every chase a calculated risk, a high-stakes gamble where the cheetah must catch its prey quickly or not at all. There are no long pursuits, no wearing down the target through endurance. It's pure speed, pure power, and then it's over one way or another. The cheetah either succeeds in those crucial seconds or it gives up, panting, body temperature spiking, needing 20 minutes or more to cool down enough to try again. They live at the edge of what's physically possible, trading sustainability for those brief moments of unmatched velocity. And when they run, when they really open up and let that perfectly engineered body do what it was shaped to do, they're beautiful in a way that takes your breath away, but they can't keep it up. Nobody can sustain perfection. Even the fastest animal on land eventually has to slow down. Look closely at a cheetah's paws and you'll notice something that sets them apart from other big cats. Their claws don't fully retract. While lions and leopards and tigers can sheath their claws completely, keeping them sharp and hidden until needed, cheetah claws remain partially exposed at all times. This is not a defect or an evolutionary oversight. It's a deliberate trade-off, a choice written into their bodies by millions of years of selection for speed above all else. Those semi-retracted claws work like cleats, like the spikes on running shoes, is digging into the ground and providing traction during those explosive sprints. When a cheetah accelerates from standstill to 60 miles per hour in just 3 seconds, when it makes a sharp turn at full speed while chasing an equally fast gazelle, those claws grip the earth and prevent slipping. The adaptation sacrifices stealth. Cheetahs can't stalk silently the way other cats can. Their claws clicking against hard ground. It sacrifices claw sharpness over time, the constant exposure wearing them down faster than retractable claws would dull. But it gains traction, stability, the ability to push off and corner and accelerate with confidence that the ground won't betray them at the crucial moment. It's yet another example of the cheetah's total commitment to speed, willingness to give up other feline advantages in exchange for those 70-mile-per-hour moments. Every part of them is optimized for the chase, even down to their feet. They traded silence for grip, traded stealth for speed, and ended up as something that's barely a cat anymore in the traditional sense. They're sprinters who happen to be feline, runners who hunt, their whole body a poem written in the language of velocity. In the harsh Arctic environment where temperatures can plunge to 50 below zero, polar bears have evolved one of nature's most elegant heating solutions. Underneath their white fur, polar bears have black skin. This seems counterintuitive at first. Wouldn't white skin make more sense under white fur? But the dark pigmentation serves a crucial purpose. Their individual hairs are actually transparent and hollow, not white at all. These hollow hairs act almost like fiber optic cables, funneling sunlight down to the black skin beneath, where the dark pigmentation absorbs the light and converts it to heat. It's a two-layer insulation system. The hollow hairs trap air, creating thousands of tiny insulating pockets that prevent heat loss. Simultaneously, they channel whatever sunlight penetrates the Arctic gloom down to the skin, where it's captured and converted to warmth. The black skin absorbs heat from any source: direct sunlight, reflected light from snow and ice, even the diffuse glow of overcast polar days. Beneath all this, a layer of blubber provides additional insulation, keeping that captured heat where it belongs. The whole system is so effective that polar bears can overheat if they run for too long, even in Arctic conditions. They're invisible on infrared cameras when standing still because they retain heat so efficiently that almost none escapes to be detected. Under the white appearance that makes them vanish against ice and snow, polar bears are dark, heat-absorbing creatures, their skin drinking in every photon of the light that makes it through their hollow-haired coat. The Arctic is a place of extremes, and the polar bear's response is elegance itself. A dark canvas hidden beneath transparent fibers, capturing the sun's energy in a landscape where every calorie of warmth matters. Polar bears carry within their bodies a reminder that evolution's solutions sometimes create unexpected problems. Their liver contains such extraordinarily high levels of vitamin A that eating it can be fatal to humans. Yet Arctic explorers learned this lesson the hard way in the early days of polar expeditions. Those who ate polar bear liver experienced acute hypervitaminosis A, a toxic overdose that caused their skin to peel off in sheets, brought on excruciating headaches, dizziness, nausea, and in severe cases, death. The Inuit people, who have lived alongside polar bears for thousands of years, knew about this danger and passed the knowledge down through generations. They would feed polar bear liver to their dogs, or discard it entirely, never consuming it themselves. But European explorers, lacking this cultural knowledge, sometimes learned through terrible experience that not all parts of a successfully hunted bear were safe to eat. The bears accumulate these vitamin A levels through their diet, eating seals who eat fish who eat smaller organisms, and concentrating the vitamin up the food chain until polar bear liver contains levels that are medicinal at best, toxic at worst. Its peculiar vulnerability, this dangerous abundance of a nutrient that's essential in small amounts but poisonous in excess. The polar bear carries no malice in this. It's simply that their biology operates at extremes that human physiology can't safely process. Even in death, even as a food source, the polar bear remains a creature of Arctic intensity, concentrated and potent in ways that demand respect. There's something almost symbolic about the kangaroo's anatomy. They cannot walk backward. The combination of their powerful hind legs, heavy tail, and unique skeletal structure makes reverse motion effectively impossible. They can hop forward with remarkable speed and efficiency. They can turn around. They can stand still. But backward. That direction is closed to them, locked out by the same body plan that makes them such effective forward-moving creatures. This peculiarity earned them a place on the Australian coat of arms, where they appear alongside the emu, another animal that can't easily move backward. The symbolism is obvious. A nation always moving forward, progress as an inevitable direction, the future as the only available path. It's a nice metaphor, though, of course, the kangaroo itself doesn't care about metaphors or national identity. It simply exists within the constraints of its body, hopping forward because that's the direction its evolution optimized for. Those massive hind legs are perfect for explosive jumps that cover 25 feet in a single bound, for reaching speeds of 35 miles per hour across the outback. The long tail acts as a counterbalance and a fifth limb when moving slowly, supporting the kangaroo's weight while the legs swing forward. Every aspect of the design points forward, toward the next landing, the next leap. Backward would require a complete redesign, and evolution rarely goes back to the drawing board when the current model works so well. So the kangaroo hops onward, always onward, carried by legs that know only one direction. Perhaps there's wisdom in that, in bodies that eliminate reverse as an option. Or perhaps it's simply efficient, conserving energy by refusing to waste it on rarely needed capabilities. Either way, the kangaroo moves forward, and Australia took that simple fact and made it emblematic of aspiration. The beginning of a kangaroo's life is almost impossibly small and vulnerable. A newborn kangaroo, called a joey, is only about 1 inch long at birth, roughly the size of a grape. This tiny, underdeveloped creature, pink, hairless, blind, with barely formed limbs, must somehow complete a journey that seems absurd given its size and capabilities. It must crawl from the birth canal through its mother's fur upward against gravity to reach the pouch where it will spend the next several months actually completing its development. This journey is only a few inches in physical distance, but for a creature the size of a lima bean, it might as well be miles. The joey has no help from its mother during this climb. She licks a path through her fur, creating a slightly clearer trail, but the joey must make the journey on its own, pulling itself upward with its slightly more developed front legs, following instinct and perhaps smell toward the pouch opening. Once inside, it attaches to a teat and essentially fuses there, continuing development that most mammals complete inside the womb. The joey will remain attached for weeks, growing, developing, slowly transforming from that grape-sized beginning into something that actually resembles a kangaroo. Months later, it will finally be developed enough to occasionally leave the pouch, though it will continue to return for nursing and safety for many more months after that. The marsupial strategy is to give birth early and let most of development happen outside, in the pouch, rather than the womb. It seems risky, this external gestation, this moment of incredible vulnerability when a grape-sized creature must climb through fur to reach safety. But it works, and it has worked for millions of years, produces kangaroos that hop across Australia in numbers that suggest the strategy is sound, however improbable it appears at the beginning. In the harsh and unpredictable environment of the Australian outback, kangaroos have evolved a reproductive strategy that seems almost like science fiction. Female kangaroos can pause their pregnancies when environmental conditions are poor. If there's a drought, if food is scarce, if the timing simply isn't right. For raising a joey, The developing embryo enters a state called diapause. It stops developing, essentially hitting a biological pause button, and waits. The embryo remains viable but dormant, suspended in time until conditions improve. This pause can last for months. The embryo doesn't die, doesn't continue growing. It simply exists in stasis. A potential Joey waiting for a better world to be born into. When rain returns, when food becomes abundant again, when the mother's body determines that resources are sufficient to support a new Joey, the embryo resumes development as if nothing had happened. It's biological insurance, a hedge against the uncertainty of living in an environment where good years and bad years can swing wildly. A female kangaroo can have 3 offspring at different developmental stages simultaneously. One Joey out of the pouch but still nursing, one younger Joey in the pouch, and one embryo in diapause, waiting its turn. She can produce different types of milk from different teats simultaneously, each tailored to the nutritional needs of Joeys at different ages. The whole system is extraordinarily complex, fine-tuned over millions of years to maximize reproductive success in unpredictable conditions. The paused embryo is perhaps the most striking aspect. This ability to essentially stop time for an unborn offspring, to wait for the world to become hospitable before committing to the energy investment of raising new life. Evolution found a way to make pregnancy conditional, to give kangaroos control over when their offspring actually complete development. And in doing so, it revealed that even something as fundamental as gestation can be flexible, negotiable, pausable if the circumstances demand it. In the eucalyptus forests of Australia lives an animal that has perfected the art of doing nothing. Koalas sleep up to 22 hours a day, more than almost any other mammal on Earth. For the vast majority of their lives, they're simply asleep, curled in the fork of a tree, utterly still, conserving every possible calorie. The remaining 2 hours are spent mostly eating, slowly chewing eucalyptus leaves with the deliberate pace of creatures who have nowhere to be and no reason to hurry. This extreme lethargy isn't laziness, it's survival strategy, dictated entirely by their diet. Eucalyptus leaves provide almost no energy. They're fibrous, tough, and contain compounds that are actually toxic to most animals. For a koala, eating eucalyptus is like trying to fuel your body on cardboard laced with mild poison. The leaves are so nutritionally poor that staying awake, moving around, being active, any of these normal mammalian activities, would burn more calories than the koala could possibly consume to replace them. So sleep becomes necessary, not restful. Sleep is how koalas avoid starvation. They minimize every energy expenditure, turning their metabolism down as low as it can go while still supporting life. 22 hours of sleep isn't a luxury. It's the bare minimum required to survive on a diet that barely qualifies as food. When you see a koala sleeping in a tree, you're not watching an animal at rest. You're watching an animal practicing an extreme form of energy conservation, making peace with the fact that their food choice, those eucalyptus leaves that almost nothing else will eat, demands a life of near total inactivity. It's a strange trade-off, this exchange of competition-free food for a life spent mostly unconscious. But in the eucalyptus forest where koalas evolved, it apparently made sense, still makes sense, that as long as there are trees to sleep in, and leaves that nobody else wants to eat. The eucalyptus leaves that dominate a koala's diet are toxic to most animals, filled with compounds that would poison or sicken creatures who tried to make them a staple food source. But koalas have evolved a solution to this problem, though calling it elegant might be generous. They have special bacteria living in their digestive systems, microbes that can break down the toxic compounds and extract what little nutrition exists in the fibrous leaves. These bacteria are essential. Without them, a koala would starve even with a stomach full of eucalyptus. Here's where it gets strange. Koala joeys aren't born with these bacteria. They have to acquire them, and the method of transmission is about as unglamorous as biology gets. Baby koalas eat their mother's feces. Specifically, they consume a special form of maternal feces called pap, which is softer and contains the essential gut bacteria the joey needs to digest eucalyptus for the rest of its life. This inheritance of survival happens through the consumption of waste, a strange gift from mother to child that's absolutely critical for the joey's future ability to eat the only food koalas specialize in. It's an uncomfortable reminder that evolution doesn't care about our aesthetic preferences. It solves problems with whatever works, and if what works is eating your mother's feces to acquire essential microbes, then that's what happens. The baby koala doesn't know it's doing something we'd find unpleasant. It's simply following instinct, acquiring the microscopic partners it will need for its entire life. And those bacteria, passed from generation to generation through this undignified but effective method, represent a kind of inheritance that's as important as genetic material. They're the key that unlocks the eucalyptus forest, the tool that turns poison into food, the reason koalas can survive on leaves as nothing else wants. Strange as the transmission method might be, it works, and in evolution, working is all that matters. Among the many peculiarities of koala biology, here's one that seems almost designed to confuse forensic investigators. Koala fingerprints are nearly indistinguishable from human fingerprints, even under a microscope. The whorls, loops, and arches that pattern our fingertips appear in remarkably similar form on koala paws. If you were to dust for prints at a crime scene and somehow a koala had been present, you might genuinely struggle to tell which prints came from the human and which from the marsupial. This similarity is even stranger when you consider how distantly related we are. Humans and koalas last shared a common ancestor over 100 million years ago. We evolved our fingerprints independently, taking completely different evolutionary paths to arrive at nearly identical solutions. Scientists believe both species developed these prints for the same reason: improved grip. For humans, it's about manipulating tools and grasping objects with precision. For koalas, it's about gripping smooth eucalyptus bark and selecting the best leaves from branches. The needs were similar enough that evolution, working separately on two unrelated lineages, produced the same answer written in skin ridges and sweat glands. It's called convergent evolution. This phenomenon, where different organisms independently evolve similar features to solve similar problems, wings appearing in birds, bats, and insects, streamlined bodies in sharks, dolphins, and extinct ichthyosaurs, and apparently fingerprints in primates and marsupials. The koala's fingerprints are a reminder that there are only so many good solutions to certain problems, and evolution will find them whether it's working with primate ancestors or marsupial ones. The fact that we arrived at such similar patterns across such vast evolutionary distance suggests something almost mathematical about the optimization, as if fingerprints represent not just a good solution, but perhaps the optimal one for creatures who need to grip precisely. And somewhere in Australia, koalas climb eucalyptus trees, leaving behind prints that could almost be mistaken for our own, convergent evolution's signature written in ridges we share across 100 million years of separation. Few animals embody contradiction quite like the giant panda. These bears, and they are bears, proper members of the family Oecidae, spend 12 to 14 hours every day eating bamboo, not occasionally snacking on bamboo, not supplementing a varied diet with bamboo, eating almost nothing but bamboo, hour after hour, chewing through up to 40 pounds of it daily, extracting what little nutrition they can from stems and leaves that are mostly cellulose and water. Here's the problem. Pandas have a carnivore's digestive system. Their guts are designed for meat, short and simple, optimized for processing protein and fat, not for breaking down plant material. They lack the complex, multi-chambered stomachs of true herbivores. They don't have the specialized gut bacteria in quantities sufficient to efficiently digest cellulose. Essentially, pandas are trying to survive as herbivores while still carrying the digestive equipment of meat eaters. It's like trying to run your car on the wrong fuel. It might technically work, but you're going to need a lot of it, and the efficiency will be terrible. This is why pandas must eat so much, so constantly. They can only digest about 17% of the bamboo they consume. The rest passes through largely unprocessed. They're locked into this inefficient existence by their evolutionary history. Ancestors who ate meat, descendants who switched to bamboo but never fully adapted to it. Why they made this switch is still debated. Perhaps bamboo was abundant and reliable when their ancestors' preferred foods became scarce. Perhaps there was less competition for a food source most animals couldn't efficiently digest. Whatever the reason, pandas committed to bamboo despite being terribly suited for it, and now they're stuck spending half their waking hours chewing through mountains of stems and leaves, extracting just enough nutrition to survive. It's an exhausting way to live, this constant eating to barely meet caloric needs. But it's the path they're on, the choice their evolution made, and they pursue it with single-minded dedication that's almost admirable in its stubborn inefficiency. When you watch a giant panda eating bamboo, you might notice how dexterously they manipulate the stalks, stripping leaves, i.e. selecting the most tender parts, holding pieces with what looks remarkably like a thumb. But if you examine their paw skeleton, you discover something curious. Pandas don't have an opposable thumb in the way primates do. Instead, they have what scientists call a pseudo-thumb, an enlarged wrist bone called the radial sesamoid that juts out from the side of their paw and can move slightly, creating a gripping surface opposite their actual fingers. It's evolution's makeshift solution, a jury-rigged answer to the problem of how to hold bamboo efficiently when you're working with a paw structure designed for walking, not grasping. Adding a true thumb would require redesigning the entire paw, rearranging bones and tendons and muscles in ways that might compromise the panda's ability to walk. So instead, evolution repurposed a wrist bone, and gave it some mobility, wrapped it in muscle, and created something that functions well enough like a thumb to get the job done. It's not elegant. It's not the way an engineer would design a grasping appendage from scratch. But it works, and in evolution, that's always been sufficient. This pseudo-thumb appears in both giant pandas and the unrelated red pandas, another case of convergent evolution finding similar solutions to similar problems. Both species needed to manipulate bamboo. Both evolved modified wrist bones to help with gripping. Neither species redesigned their fundamental paw structure. They just added an appendage from existing parts, like improvising a tool from whatever's lying around the workshop. The result is functional but revealing, a reminder that evolution doesn't create perfect solutions, it creates workable ones, building on what already exists rather than starting fresh. The panda's pseudo-thumb is a monument to making do, to finding an answer that's good enough even if it's not ideal, and for millions of years that enlarged wrist bone has helped pandas grasp bamboo with sufficient dexterity to survive. Not perfect, just sufficient, which, in the long run of evolutionary time, turns out to be all you really need. The birth of a giant panda is almost comically disproportionate to the size of the adult animal. Newborn pandas are pink, hairless, blind, and about the size of a stick of butter, roughly 4 ounces, maybe 5 if they're particularly robust. Their mothers, by contrast, can weigh over 200 pounds. The size difference is so extreme that panda mothers don't initially recognize their newborns as their babies. For the first several days, the mother's maternal instincts haven't fully engaged with this tiny, squeaking, barely formed creature that seems too small to possibly be the result of her pregnancy. This creates a precarious period where the newborn's survival depends entirely on the mother's gradually awakening recognition and care. The baby can't regulate its own temperature, can't see, can barely move except to crawl weakly toward warmth. If the mother produces twins, which happens fairly often, she'll typically choose one cub to care for and ignore the other. In the wild, this second cub would die. In captivity, zookeepers have developed a strategy of swapping the cubs every few hours, so the mother raises both without realizing she's caring for twins, each cub getting sufficient time with her to nurse and stay warm. The extreme size disparity at birth is related to the panda's reproductive strategy, and possibly to their bamboo diet. Developing a larger fetus requires more energy, and pandas operate on such tight caloric margins that perhaps investing heavily in fetal development isn't viable. Better to give birth early and small, let the cub complete most of its development externally while nursing. It's similar to marsupial strategies, though pandas are placental mammals. The result is this strange beginning, a butter stick-sized creature that will eventually grow into a 200-pound bear, if it survives the vulnerable first weeks when it's barely recognizable as anything at all, let alone as a panda. Birth is undignified for many species, but for pandas it's almost absurdly so. The smallest viable version of themselves, pink and squeaking, is waiting for their mother to realize they exist. Among the many images of animal behavior that capture something tender about the natural world, few are quite as charming as otters holding hands while they sleep. Sea otters, floating on their backs in kelp forests off the Pacific coast, will reach out and grasp each other's paws while they rest. It looks like affection, like companionship, like a deliberate choice to stay connected while drifting in sleep. And perhaps it is those things, in whatever way otters experience attachment and preference. But it's also practical. Ocean currents don't stop moving just because an otter wants to sleep. Without some form of anchoring, a sleeping otter could drift away from its group, wake up miles from where it fell asleep, separated from companions and familiar feeding grounds. So otters have evolved behaviors to prevent this drift. They wrap themselves in kelp forests when available, tangling into the anchored seaweed like living mooring lines, and when they sleep in groups they hold on to each other, creating floating rafts of otters that might number from a few individuals to dozens, all linked by grasped paws, all drifting together rather than separately. It's a solution born of necessity that happens to look like tenderness. The otter doesn't hold hands because of some abstract concept of togetherness. It does so because staying with the group increases survival, and linked paws achieve that goal. But the result is undeniably sweet. These small carnivores floating on their backs, paws linked, rising and falling with the ocean swells while they sleep. Perhaps there's no meaningful distinction between practical and affectionate when the result is the same. The otters stay together, they don't drift apart, and in the process of solving a navigational problem, they created an image of connection that resonates with humans who see our own gestures of closeness reflected in their clasped paws, function and feeling intertwined like sleeping otters, impossible to fully separate. If you could examine an otter's fur under magnification, you'd discover the secret to their survival in cold ocean waters. An otter's fur is so dense, up to 1 million hairs per square inch, that their skin never actually gets wet. To put that density in perspective, humans have about 100,000 hairs on our entire head. An otter has that many in a patch of fur the size of your thumbnail. This extraordinary density creates an impenetrable barrier, a layer of trapped air so complete that water simply cannot reach the skin beneath. This fur is not just insulation, it's survival itself for otters. Unlike seals and whales and other marine mammals, otters don't have thick layers of blubber to keep them warm. They're too small, too active. Their lifestyle doesn't support the bulk that blubber requires. So instead, they invested everything in fur, developing the densest coat of any mammal on Earth. Each square inch contains more hairs than seems physically possible, packed so tightly that it creates a permanent dry layer against their skin even when they're diving, swimming, hunting in waters cold enough to kill an unprotected human in minutes. But this miracle of insulation comes with a cost. The fur only works if it's meticulously maintained. Otters spend hours every day grooming, cleaning, fluffing their fur to maintain those air-trapping properties. Oil or dirt in the fur can mat it down, create gaps where water can penetrate, and a wet otter is a dead otter in short order. This is why oil spills are so catastrophic for otter populations. The oil destroys the fur's insulating properties, and the otters die of hypothermia even in relatively mild water. Their entire survival strategy depends on maintaining that impossible density, that 1 million hairs per square inch barrier between themselves and the cold. It's elegant and terribly fragile at the same time, a solution that works perfectly until it doesn't, until something compromises the fur and the ocean's chill reaches skin that evolution never prepared to be wet. Yeah, here's a detail about tigers that reveals something profound about how deeply patterns can be written into an animal's body. Tigers have striped skin, not just striped fur. If you could somehow shave a tiger, and please don't, the stripe pattern would still be visible, dark lines marking the skin itself like permanent tattoos. The stripes aren't just applied to the surface, they're embedded in the tissue, in the pigmentation of the skin cells themselves, patterns that exist whether fur covers them or not. This suggests that the stripes are fundamental to tiger biology at a cellular level, not merely a coat pattern that changes with each molt or season. The stripes are baked into their construction, determined by genes that activate during development and create these alternating bands of pigmented and unpigmented skin. The fur simply reveals what's already there, growing dark or light depending on what colour skin lies beneath. It's as if the tiger's stripe pattern is a blueprint that exists before the visible tiger does, a template written in skin that the fur later makes visible to our eyes. These stripes serve crucial purposes: camouflage in dappled forest light, where solid colours would stand out but broken patterns disappear into shadow and sun. But they're more than just functional. They're beautiful. in that way that natural patterns often are. Each tiger carries its stripes from skin to surface, from cell to fur, permanent markers of individuality and species both. And perhaps there's something poetic about that, about patterns that go deeper than appearance, that exist in layers we don't usually see. The tiger's stripes aren't clothing, or they're the tiger itself, expressed in alternating bands of dark and light, printed on skin and advertised by fur, declaration of identity that goes all the way down. Those stripes that mark every tiger also serve as a form of natural fingerprint. No two tigers have the same stripe pattern. The number of stripes varies, their width changes, their exact positioning differs from animal to animal. Some tigers have bold, widely spaced stripes. Others have thin, closely packed patterns. Some have stripes that fork and merge in complex ways. Others have cleaner, more regular spacing. But within all this variation, each pattern is unique, individual, a signature written in dark lines across orange fur. Researchers studying wild tigers use these patterns to identify individuals without needing to capture or tag them. They photograph tigers from camera traps, from vehicles, from patient observation posts, and they catalogue the stripe patterns like police filing fingerprints. This tiger, with the broken stripe on the left shoulder and the forked pattern behind the right ear, is a known male whose territory encompasses this valley. That tiger, with unusually thin stripes and a distinctive marking on the flank, is a female who's been raising cubs for the past year. The stripes tell stories to those who learn to read them, creating identity records that last the tiger's lifetime. It makes sense in a way that evolution would produce unique patterns rather than standardized ones. Stripes break up the tiger's outline, and perhaps variable stripes, no two exactly alike, make it harder for prey to pattern match. Yeah, harder to recognize tiger shape when every tiger looks slightly different. Or perhaps the uniqueness is simply an artifact of how stripe patterns form during development. Small variations in genetic expression and cellular migration, creating differences that compound into individuality. Either way, the result is that every tiger is marked with a pattern that belongs to them alone, stripes that identify them as surely as human fingerprints identify us, permanent and unique, a biological signature visible to anyone who looks closely enough. When a tiger roars, the sound carries through the forest like rolling thunder, audible up to 2 miles away under the right conditions. It's not just loud. Though at close range it can exceed 110 decibels, comparable to a chainsaw or rock concert. It's penetrating in a way that mere volume doesn't fully explain. The roar includes frequencies below the range of human hearing, infrasonic vibrations that we don't consciously perceive as sound but feel as pressure, as vibration in our chest cavity, as a sense of presence that's almost physical. These low-frequency components travel farther than higher-pitched sounds, rolling across valleys and through vegetation with minimal interference. Other tigers can hear these roars from remarkable distances, receiving messages about territory, about availability, about threat or opportunity. And prey animals, even if they can't consciously hear the infrasonic components, can feel them, experience that bone-deep sensation that something large and dangerous is nearby. It's communication that works on multiple levels simultaneously. The audible roar asserting presence, the infrasonic vibrations triggering instinctive responses that bypass conscious thought. Imagine standing in a forest when a tiger roars, even at a distance. You'd hear the sound, certainly that distinctive big cat vocalization, but you'd also feel something harder to describe, a pressure in your chest, a sense of wrongness or danger that comes from those frequencies your ears can't capture but your body registers anyway. The tiger's roar is designed to be felt as much as heard, to communicate on channels that evolution tuned our nervous systems to recognize even if we can't consciously process them. It's the voice of an apex predator, engineered over millions of years to carry maximum information across maximum distance. And when it echoes through the forest, everything that hears it or feels it knows that the tiger is speaking. Among the world's cats, one species stands apart in its social structure. Lions are the only truly social cats, living in prides that can number up to 40 individuals. Every other cat species is solitary or forms only temporary associations. Tigers hunt alone. Leopards maintain individual territories. Even domestic cats, despite thousands of years around humans, remain fundamentally independent creatures. But lions built societies, developed cooperative structures, created groups with roles and hierarchies and long-term relationships. The pride structure is primarily female. Related lionesses form the stable core of the group, mothers and daughters and sisters and aunts, all maintaining a territory together across generations. They hunt cooperatively, surrounding prey in coordinated attacks that work better than individual stalking. They raise cubs communally, nursing each other's young, protecting the group's offspring collectively. Males are more transient, holding pride territory for a few years before being displaced by younger coalitions. During their tenure, males patrol boundaries, fend off rival males, and sire cubs. But the real stability, the lasting structure of the pride, belongs to the females. This social lifestyle is unusual enough among cats to demand explanation. Lions evolved in relatively open habitats, savanna, grassland, places where hiding is difficult, and large prey is best brought down through cooperation. Where tigers use stealth and ambush in dense cover, lions often use teamwork in open spaces. The social structure emerged as an adaptation to this environment, to the particular challenges of hunting zebra and buffalo on plains where solitary tactics work less well, and having formed these groups, lions discovered advantages beyond hunting: shared cub rearing, collective territory defense, strength in numbers against threats. The pride became its own reason for existing, social structure reinforcing itself across generations. It's still unusual, it's still the exception among cats. But for lions, for this one branch of the feline family, cooperation became the strategy that worked, and they've been living in groups ever since. The lion's roar is one of nature's most iconic sounds, a vocalization so embedded in human consciousness that we use it to represent wilderness, danger, Africa itself. It can reach 114 decibels, be as loud as a rock concert or chainsaw, loud enough to cause hearing damage at close range. Like the tiger's roar, it contains infrasonic frequencies that travel far beyond the audible components, vibrations that carry for miles across the savanna, announcing the lion's presence to everything within earshot. Lions roar most often at dawn and dusk, their voices carrying across the landscape during the cooler parts of the day when sound travels farthest. A pride might roar together, multiple voices joining in what sounds like a chorus, reinforcing their claim to the territory. The sound serves multiple purposes, warning rival lions to stay away, helping scattered pride members locate each other, advertising presence to potential mates. It's communication, threat, and proclamation all at once, although delivered at volumes that make ignoring it impossible. There's something primordial about hearing a lion roar, even in a zoo, even separated by barriers and distance from any actual danger. That sound connects to something deep in human psychology, to the millions of years when we were prey species ourselves, when lions and their relatives hunted our ancestors across African landscapes. The roar triggers recognition that bypasses conscious thought, speaks to parts of our brain that developed long before language, before civilization, before we became the dominant species. It says, apex predator present, danger nearby, be aware. And even though most humans who hear lion roars today are in no actual danger, even though we're separated by centuries of technology and cities and safety, that old recognition still fires. The lion roars, and something ancient in us knows to pay attention. Here's a fact that might challenge your assumptions about the king of beasts. Male lions sleep up to 20 hours a day, while females sleep around 15 hours. This seems almost absurdly lazy, doesn't it? The mighty lion, lord of the savannah, spending most of its existence unconscious in the shade. But this isn't laziness in any meaningful sense. It's energy conservation taken to its logical extreme. Survival strategy dressed up to look like indolence. Lions live in a feast or famine existence. They might gorge themselves on a fresh kill, consuming 70 pounds of meat in a single sitting, then not eat again for several days or even a week. Between kills, there's no point in being active. Activity burns calories, and calories are precious when you don't know when the next meal is coming. And so lions rest. They sleep in the shade during the heat of the day, conserving water and energy. They doze through the afternoon hours when hunting would be hottest and least productive. Males, who don't hunt as regularly as females but must maintain their impressive bulk and be ready for occasional intense activities, like territorial defense or fighting rival males, sleep even more. It's worth noting that sleep for lions often means something closer to resting with eyes closed, maintaining enough awareness to respond if needed but not maintaining full alertness. They can go from apparently deep sleep to fully alert in seconds if danger threatens or opportunity appears. The long hours of rest aren't about unconsciousness so much as about not wasting energy on alertness that serves no immediate purpose. In an environment where food is scarce and unpredictable, where the next meal might require hours of stalking followed by intense bursts of activity, the ability to turn your metabolism down, to rest deeply and frequently, becomes a survival skill. Lions aren't lazy. They're efficient, masters of not doing anything when doing nothing is the best strategy available. And in the harsh mathematics of savanna survival, that efficiency has kept lions alive and dominant for millions of years. A wolf's nose is one of nature's most sophisticated detection systems, capable of picking up scents from over a mile away under favourable conditions. To understand just how sensitive this is, consider that while humans have about 6 million olfactory receptors in our noses, wolves have over 280 million. Their sense of smell is roughly 100 times more acute than ours, giving them access to a world of scent we literally cannot imagine. When a wolf scents prey on the wind, it's not just detecting presence, it's gathering information, distance, direction, what species, possibly even the individual animal's health, stress level, readiness to fight or flee. Scent creates a map of the landscape that updates constantly, carried on every breeze, telling stories about what passed through hours ago and what's happening right now beyond the range of sight or hearing. This scent map is how wolves coordinate hunts across territories spanning hundreds of square miles. It's how they avoid or seek out other packs. It's how they find carcasses from distances that would make visual detection impossible. The wolf experiences the world through its nose in ways that are fundamentally alien to human perception. We navigate primarily by sight, by the visible spectrum of light reflecting off surfaces. Wolves navigate by scent, by molecules drifting on air currents, by chemical signatures that paint a picture as detailed as anything vision provides, possibly more so. They live in clouds of information that we walk through utterly unaware, our primitive noses catching only the strongest scents while they're reading entire narratives in the same air. It's a reminder that different species literally inhabit different sensory worlds, that the forest a wolf perceives is rich with dimensions we can't access, full of data we don't have the receptors to collect. The same space, experienced completely differently, because evolution gave wolves a sense we barely possess. When wolves howl, they're not baying at the moon despite countless images and stories suggesting otherwise. The moon has nothing to do with it. Wolves howl to communicate across distances, to locate pack members who've spread out during a hunt, to announce territory to neighbouring packs, to strengthen social bonds through communal vocalization. The howl is a tool serving practical purposes that have nothing to do with celestial bodies and everything to do with social coordination. What makes wolf howls particularly interesting is their individuality and harmony. Each wolf has a unique howl, a distinct voice recognizable to other pack members. When a pack howls together, they harmonize on different pitches, creating the impression of more wolves than are actually present. A pack of 4 wolves howling on different notes can sound like 8 or 10. This might serve to make the pack seem larger to potential rivals, claiming more formidable presence through acoustic illusion. Or it might simply be that harmony, the conscious choice to howl at different frequencies, makes the combined sound carry farther, communicate more effectively across distance. There's something haunting about wolf howls, something that reaches into human psychology and triggers responses we don't fully understand. Perhaps it's because wolves and humans share some history as social hunters, as pack animals who coordinate through vocalization. Perhaps the howl taps into old memories when wolves were competitors or threats, when hearing that sound in the darkness meant something worth being cautious about. Whatever the reason, the wolf howls carry weight beyond their functional purpose. They sound like wilderness itself, like the voice of untamed spaces, calling across valleys with messages that we can hear but never quite comprehend. The wolves know what they're saying. To us it's beautiful noise, carrying meaning we can sense but not translate, poetry in a language we almost speak. Much of what we think we know about wolf behaviour comes from studies that got it wrong in fundamental ways. The concept of the alpha wolf, the dominant individual who rules the pack through aggression and strength, maintaining control through constant challenges and displays of dominance, this idea has permeated popular culture, been applied to human behaviour, become shorthand for a type of leadership. And it's based on observations of captive wolves, yet are strangers forced together in enclosures, creating artificial social dynamics that don't reflect how wild wolves actually live. In the wild, wolf packs are typically family units, their parents and their offspring, multiple generations living together, hunting together, raising pups cooperatively. The breeding pair, the mother and father, are in charge in the same way human parents are in charge of their household. Not through constant dominance displays and fighting for status, but through the natural authority that comes from being the adults, the experienced hunters, the ones making decisions that keep the family fed and safe. The younger wolves aren't subordinate pack members struggling to rise in a hierarchy. They're children, learning from parents, helping raise younger siblings, eventually leaving to find mates and start their own family packs. This distinction matters. It changes the whole story of what wolves are, how they relate to each other, what their social structures represent. They're not warriors in a constant struggle for dominance. They're families, cooperating because cooperation is what families do, following parents because those parents have knowledge and experience, not because they've been dominated into submission. The alpha wolf dominance model came from watching wolves in unnatural conditions and mistaking the dysfunction of captivity for natural behavior. It's a reminder that observation conditions matter, that studying animals outside their natural context can lead to conclusions that feel right, but describe something that doesn't actually exist in the wild. Wild wolf packs are just parents raising children, using the social structures that family bonds create naturally, no alpha dominance required. Here's a fact that should humble us a little, ground us in the reality of what we are beneath all the civilization and technology. Humans are mammals, sharing over 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees. That tiny genetic difference, less than 2%, produces language, art, mathematics, philosophy, cities, spacecraft, everything we consider uniquely human. Or perhaps it's more accurate to say that this small difference in genetic code produces the specific form of intelligence and social organization that led to these things, though whether that makes us fundamentally different or just differently specialized is a question worth sitting with. We share ancestors with chimps from roughly 6 to 7 million years ago, a geological eye blink, barely enough time for significant evolutionary divergence. Since that split, both lineages have been evolving, changing, adapting to different pressures. We developed larger brains, bipedal locomotion, complex vocal apparatus for language. They maintained strength, developed their own forms of tool use and social complexity, became perfectly adapted to forest canopy life. Different paths from a common starting point, both successful in different measures of success. That 99% shared DNA means that at a molecular level, in the structure of our cells and the chemistry of our metabolism, we're remarkably similar to chimps. The same basic proteins, the same fundamental biology, the same mammalian inheritance running through both species. We're kin in the most literal sense, family separated by millions of years but still recognizably related. And perhaps the most significant thing about that less than 2% difference is how much it accomplishes with how little change. Evolution doesn't need to rewrite everything to produce dramatically different results. Small modifications in when genes activate, how much of certain proteins get produced, which neural pathways get emphasized during development. These subtle changes, written in tiny fractions of genetic difference, can reshape a species entirely. We are mostly chimpanzee, genetically speaking, and chimps are mostly us. The differences matter enormously to how we live, but they're written in remarkably few letters of the genetic alphabet. Among the tests scientists use to probe animal consciousness, one of the most elegant is the mirror test. Place an animal in front of a mirror and see if it recognizes the reflection as itself rather than another animal. Most species fail this test. They either ignore the mirror or treat their reflection as a stranger, but chimpanzees pass. They recognize themselves, demonstrate self-awareness that seems to cross a threshold into something we recognize as consciousness similar to our own. The classic experiment involves marking the chimp with paint while they're asleep, placing a dot on their forehead or ear where they can't normally see it. When they wake and look in a mirror, chimps who understand self-reflection will reach for the mark on their own body, not on the reflection. They understand that the image shows them, that the mark they see is on their own face, that the mirror is a tool for seeing themselves from outside. This suggests a level of self-concept, an ability to hold the idea "that is me," while simultaneously observing from a perspective outside their own direct experience. Only a handful of species pass the mirror test reliably. Great apes, elephants, dolphins, magpies, perhaps a few others depending on experimental conditions and how strictly you interpret the results. It's not a perfect test of consciousness or self-awareness. Failing doesn't prove absence of these qualities, and passing doesn't tell us exactly what the subjective experience feels like for the animal involved. But it does indicate something significant, that chimps have a concept of self, can recognize their own body as belonging to them in a way that allows for self-examination and self-directed action. They know they exist as individuals. They can think about themselves, examine themselves, recognize themselves in reflected images. Whether their self-awareness feels like human self-awareness, we can't know. But they have it in some form that lets them pass this test that most animals cannot. And in passing it, they join a very small group of species who demonstrate this particular kind of consciousness, this ability to see themselves and know it's themselves they're seeing. If you watch wild chimpanzees carefully, you'll see them making and using tools in ways that suggest genuine problem-solving intelligence. They fashion fishing sticks to extract termites from mounds, selecting appropriate branches, stripping leaves, modifying the tool to optimal length and flexibility. They use stone hammers and anvils to crack nuts, are choosing rocks of the right size and hardness, learning which nuts require which techniques. They crumple leaves to create sponges for collecting water from tree hollows. They use sticks as weapons, as probes for investigating holes, as levers for prying things apart. Different chimpanzee groups have different tool use traditions. The techniques for nut cracking vary between populations, with some groups preferring certain methods, while other groups use completely different approaches to the same problem. These variations aren't based on genetic differences or environmental necessity. They're cultural, passed down from generation to generation through observation and teaching. Young chimps watch their mothers and other adults practice the techniques, gradually master the skills needed for effective tool use. If a chimp moves to a new group, it might learn that group's techniques, adopting new methods like an immigrant learning local customs. This is what culture looks like at its most basic level. Information transmitted socially rather than genetically. Techniques that spread through learning rather than instinct. Variations that exist because different groups developed different solutions and maintained them across time. Chimps have culture, not civilization, not written records, not the accumulated complexity humans have built, but culture nonetheless, traditions that make one group of chimps slightly different from another group, knowledge that exists in the social fabric rather than individual minds, skills that would be lost if not passed down to the next generation. They're doing what humans do, just at a scale and complexity that fits their lifestyle, and in doing so, they blur the line we like to draw between human uniqueness and animal instinct, showing that culture isn't exclusively ours, it's just most elaborate in us. Despite their fearsome appearance and tremendous strength, gorillas are mostly vegetarian. A silverback gorilla, the large adult male who can weigh over 400 pounds and possesses enough power to bend iron bars, spends his days peacefully eating plants and leaves, stems, shoots, fruit when available, bamboo in some populations, but primarily vegetation, consumed in quantities that support their massive bulk without requiring the hunting or violence their physical capabilities would easily permit. This seems almost contradictory, doesn't it? To be so powerful and use that power primarily for plucking leaves, for sitting in forest clearings and methodically chewing through piles of vegetation. But gorilla strength isn't for hunting, it's for other purposes, impressing rivals, defending family groups, climbing trees despite tremendous weight, pulling down branches to access the most nutritious leaves. The power exists for social competition and survival in their environment, not for predation. They can be dangerous when threatened, certainly. A silverback defending his family is a force to be cautious around. But their default state is gentle giant, moving through the forest with surprising quietness given their size, eating plants with hands strong enough to crush, but mostly used for careful selection of the tenderest vegetation. There's something almost philosophical about this choice, if we can call evolutionary adaptation a choice. The gorilla possesses power that could dominate through violence but uses it for peaceful purposes. They're a reminder that strength and aggression aren't necessarily linked, that power can exist without being constantly deployed, that the most formidable creatures aren't always the most violent. The silverback gorilla could be a predator if evolution had pushed in that direction. Instead, it's a herbivore with the build of a warrior, spending its days among the leaves, eating its way through hundreds of pounds of vegetation, using strength for everything except the violence it could easily commit. Perhaps there's wisdom there, in being powerful enough that you don't need to prove it. When we map the genetic distance between species, gorillas land remarkably close to humans, about 98% DNA similarity. Like our relationship with chimps, this near identity at the molecular level produces species that look quite different, but share fundamental biological architecture. We're close relatives, genetically speaking, separated by perhaps 10 million years of divergent evolution, but still carrying the marks of common ancestry in almost every gene. What makes this genetic similarity particularly interesting is what it's allowed in unusual circumstances. Gorillas can learn sign language. They can communicate with humans using visual symbols, expressing wants and needs and even simple emotions through gestures they've been taught. Coco, perhaps the most famous gorilla to learn sign language, reportedly used over 1,000 signs and understood about 2,000 words of spoken English. She combined signs in novel ways, created simple jokes, yet expressed emotions about her life and relationships. She apparently called herself Fine Animal Gorilla, a self-description that's both accurate and somehow charming in its straightforward assessment. We should be careful about anthropomorphizing too much, about reading human qualities into behaviors that might mean something different to gorillas. Coco's trainers were sometimes accused of overinterpreting her signs, seeing meaning that fit their expectations rather than what the gorilla intended. But even accounting for that caution, the basic fact remains. Gorillas can learn symbolic communication, can use it to interact with humans in ways that suggest genuine understanding, genuine thought happening behind those eyes. That 98% genetic similarity creates enough common ground that we can, with effort and patience, establish communication across the species barrier. We can teach them our symbols, and they can use those symbols to tell us things about their experience, their wants, their internal states. It's not perfect translation, but it's connection, made possible by how recently we shared ancestors, how similar our brains remain beneath the surface differences, close enough genetically that we can speak across the gap if we try. Among Earth's tree-dwelling creatures, orangutans hold a particular distinction. They're the largest animals that spend their lives primarily in the canopy, adults weighing over 200 pounds navigating forest crowns, sometimes 100 feet above the ground. This creates engineering challenges that seem almost impossible. How do you support that much weight on branches designed for much smaller creatures? How do you move through a three-dimensional environment when falling means likely death? Orangutans solve this through a combination of strength, flexibility, and remarkable caution. They test branches before committing their weight, often holding onto multiple supports simultaneously, distributing their mass across several points rather than trusting a single branch. Their arms are extraordinarily long. An adult male's arm span can exceed 7 feet, allowing them to reach between trees, to bridge gaps that would require dangerous leaps for shorter-limbed animals. They move with deliberate care, each transition planned, each handhold evaluated, advancing through the canopy with the patience of creatures who know that mistakes at this height are unforgiving. Watching an orangutan move through the trees is watching problem-solving in real time. They're not just traversing the canopy, they're calculating weight distribution, testing structural integrity, making decisions about which route will support their passage. And they do this while pregnant females carry additional weight, while mothers transport infants, while adult males, who can weigh over 200 pounds, somehow navigate a world of branches that shouldn't hold them. It's a testament to intelligence, to patience, to the kind of careful attention that keeps you alive when your home is 100 feet up and every movement carries consequences. The orangutan's size makes their arboreal lifestyle seem impossible, but they've made it work through caution and cleverness, in turning the forest canopy into home despite weighing more than seems compatible with life among the leaves. Tool use isn't unique to humans or even to primates, but orangutans display a particular sophistication in how they use found objects to solve problems. They use leaves as napkins, wiping fruit juice and sap from their hands and faces with deliberate cleaning motions. They use leaves as gloves when handling spiny fruits or rough branches. They hold large leaves over their heads as umbrellas during rain, creating mobile shelters from materials at hand. These aren't instinctive behaviors present from birth. They're learned, culturally transmitted techniques that young orangutans acquire by watching their mothers and other adults. In some populations, mothers teach daughters elaborate leaf-folding techniques for different purposes. The leaves might be folded into cushions for sitting on spiny branches, folded into tools for extracting insects from tree bark, modified into sound amplifiers that make the orangutan's vocalizations carry farther through the forest. These techniques vary between populations, with some groups showing innovations that other groups don't use, cultural differences emerging from different tool use traditions developing in isolation. What's particularly striking is how deliberate the teaching sometimes appears. Mother orangutans have been observed slowing down their own tool use when young are watching, exaggerating the motions, providing what looks remarkably like instruction. The young practice, fail, try again, gradually mastering techniques that will serve them for life. It's knowledge transfer happening in real time, a culture being maintained through demonstration and practice, skills that would be lost if not passed from generation to generation. The orangutan with the leaf umbrella isn't just staying dry, it's demonstrating solutions accumulated across potentially hundreds of generations, innovations preserved and transmitted through observation and imitation, intelligence made visible through the creative use of the forest materials. They're working with what they have, solving problems through available resources, building a toolkit from leaves and sticks and anything else they can manipulate into usefulness. Among Africa's herbivores, few have a reputation quite as fearsome as the hippopotamus. Despite being vegetarians who spend their days lounging in rivers and their nights grazing peacefully on grass, the hippos kill more people annually than lions or crocodiles. They're not hunting humans, they're defending territory with aggressive efficiency that makes them genuinely dangerous to anything they perceive as threatening their space. Hippos are territorial and unpredictable. They're enormous, weighing up to 4,000 pounds, capable of running surprisingly fast despite their bulk, up to 30 miles per hour in short bursts. Their jaws can open to nearly 180 degrees, revealing canine teeth that can grow over a foot long, massive ivory tusks designed for fighting other hippos, but equally effective as weapons against anything else that gets too close. When a hippo feels threatened or challenged, it doesn't retreat. It charges, using that tremendous mass and those impressive teeth to defend its territory or its position in the river. Most hippo attacks happen when people in boats inadvertently get between a hippo and deep water, cutting off its escape route. The hippo, feeling cornered despite being in its home territory, attacks. Or someone on foot wanders too close to a hippo on land at night, getting between the animal and the river, triggering a defensive charge. The hippo isn't being malicious or predatory. It's responding to perceived threat the only way evolution has taught it to respond, with overwhelming force delivered through several tons of angry herbivore. The result is that this plant-eating river dweller is statistically one of Africa's most dangerous animals, not despite its vegetarian diet, but simply because it's large, territorial, and more than willing to defend itself aggressively. The lesson is simple. Herbivore doesn't mean harmless. And the ability to kill efficiently isn't limited to predators. Sometimes the most dangerous animals are the ones defending resources rather than hunting for food. If you observe a hippo emerging from water, you might notice something that looks alarmingly like bleeding. Their skin secretes a reddish, oily substance that's been colourfully nicknamed blood sweat, though it's neither blood nor sweat. It's a specialised secretion unique to hippos, serving multiple purposes that justify its unusual appearance and composition. This secretion functions as natural sunscreen, protecting the hippo's sensitive skin from harsh African sun. Hippos have relatively thin skin for their size, lacking the thick hide of elephants or rhinos, making them vulnerable to sunburn during the hours they spend out of water. The reddish secretion absorbs ultraviolet light, providing protection that allows hippos to graze at night and rest in partial sun during the day without their skin blistering and burning. But it does more than block sun. It also has antibiotic properties, helping prevent infections in a creature that spends much of its life in water that's not always clean, that's often shared with crocodiles and other hippos, that can be laden with bacteria from hippo waste and decaying vegetation. The colour comes from pigments that serve the sun-blocking function, molecules that absorb in the UV range and give the secretion its characteristic red-brown tint. When fresh, it can look startlingly like blood, creating the impression that the hippo is sweating red. though the substance is thicker and oilier than sweat, and even more like a protective coating than waste elimination. It's elegant biological engineering, a single secretion solving multiple problems, protecting skin that's too thin for the lifestyle hippos lead, preventing infections in an environment full of bacteria, allowing these massive animals to bridge the divide between aquatic resting and terrestrial grazing. The hippo's blood sweat is yet another reminder that evolution creates solutions we wouldn't think to design, using chemistry to solve problems that anatomy alone couldn't address. Hippos spend much of their lives in water, but they don't swim in the way most aquatic mammals do. Instead, they walk along river bottoms, occasionally closing their nostrils like living submarines, moving through water with the same basic locomotion they use on land. They're too dense to float easily. Their bodies naturally sinking, which they've turned into an advantage, walking underwater rather than swimming on the surface. They can hold their breath for up to 5 minutes, sufficient for crossing river channels or resting completely submerged with only nostrils and eyes above the surface. This semi-aquatic lifestyle creates a strange in-between existence. They're not truly aquatic like dolphins or whales, lacking the streamlining and specialized adaptations for permanent water living. But they're not terrestrial either, spending so much time submerged that they've evolved specific adaptations for aquatic life, despite not being swimmers in the conventional sense. Their eyes and nostrils are positioned high on their heads, allowing them to rest almost entirely underwater while still seeing and breathing. Their ears and nostrils close automatically when submerged, preventing water intrusion without conscious effort. The result is an animal that exists in both worlds incompletely. On land, they're cumbersome, heat-sensitive, vulnerable to sun despite their size. In water, they're graceful in their own way, moving along river bottoms with surprising agility for their bulk, but still needing to surface regularly, still breathing air rather than extracting oxygen from water. They're in-between creatures, committed to neither environment fully, making their lives work through adaptations that allow them to exploit both river and land despite being optimized for neither. And somehow it works, has worked for millions of years, producing animals that fill a niche other creatures left empty. The heavy, territorial, bottom-walking river dweller who grazes on land and defends water, living between worlds with stubborn success. When you think of valuable ivory, elephant tusks probably come to mind first. But rhinoceros horns, despite looking substantial and permanent, are made of something entirely different and far less exotic. They're composed of keratin, the same protein that forms human hair and fingernails. Not bone, not ivory, not anything rare or medicinally valuable, just compressed hair, densely packed keratin fibers that grow from the rhino's skull and continue growing throughout its life. This makes the black market trade in rhino horn even more tragic than it already appears. Poachers kill rhinos for what amounts to fingernail material, yes, substances that have no proven medicinal properties despite persistent beliefs in some traditional medicine systems. The keratin in rhino horn is functionally identical to the keratin in your own fingernails. If rhino horn had magical properties, you could achieve the same effects by chewing your nails, which should tell you everything you need to know about its actual efficacy. But belief persists, demand continues, and rhinos die for horns made of the same material that you trim off your fingers and throw away. The absurdity is compounded by the fact that unlike elephant tusks, which are modified teeth and won't grow back if removed, rhino horns can regrow. Their hair-like structures, continuously growing from a base that remains viable even if the horn is cut off. Some conservationists have proposed, and in some cases implemented, programs to remove rhino horns preemptively, cutting them off to remove the incentive for poaching. The procedure can be done without killing the rhino, and the horn will eventually grow back. Though this approach remains controversial, some argue it makes rhinos defenseless against other rhinos and predators. Others worry it sends mixed messages about horn value. The core tragedy remains unchanged though. Rhinos are being pushed toward extinction for compressed hair, for keratin that has no special properties, for material identical in composition to human fingernails. Evolution gave rhinos a useful tool for fighting and displaying dominance. Humans assigned that tool imaginary value, and rhinos are dying for the gap between reality and belief. Unlike elephant tusks, which are deeply rooted teeth that won't regenerate if damaged or removed, a rhino's horn can grow back if removed surgically. The horn grows from a base structure on the rhino's skull, where specialized cells continuously produce keratin, building the horn outward the same way your fingernails grow from the nail bed. If you remove the horn but leave this base intact, the growth continues, and over time, typically several years, the horn regenerates, returning to something approximating its original size. This regenerative capacity has made some conservationists consider horn removal as a protective strategy. The logic is straightforward. If poachers kill rhinos for horns, remove the horns preemptively, and the incentive for poaching disappears. Several programs have attempted this, tranquilizing wild rhinos and removing their horns in controlled procedures, creating populations of hornless rhinos who might be safer from poachers precisely because they lack the thing poachers want. The removed horns can be stored, potentially used to flood illegal markets and drive down prices, or destroyed to prevent any commercial use. But the approach creates its own problems. Rhinos use their horns for more than decoration. They dig for water during droughts, defend against predators, and most importantly, fight each other for territory and mates. A hornless rhino might be at a disadvantage in these competitions, potentially reducing breeding success even as it reduces poaching risk. There's also debate about whether poachers might kill dehorned rhinos anyway, either out of frustration or to eliminate rhinos they've already checked. And perhaps most concerning, horn removal might inadvertently validate the idea that horns have value worth this extraordinary effort to protect, reinforcing rather than undermining the market. It's a complicated intervention, trying to save rhinos by removing the part of them that's causing the danger, hoping that survival hornless is better than extinction with horns intact. The fact that we're even considering this strategy says something bleak about the current state of rhino conservation. We're discussing whether these animals would be better off without a body part they've carried for millions of years, because human desire for that part has become an existential threat. Rhinoceroses have been walking the earth for approximately 50 million years, surviving ice ages, continental drift, climate shifts, the rise and fall of countless other species. They outlasted saber-toothed cats, survived when mammoths and mastodons went extinct, persisted through environmental changes that eliminated animals far more numerous and widespread than they ever were. For 50 million years, through everything the planet could throw at them, rhinos endured. And now, in what amounts to a geological eye blink in mere decades, humans have brought most rhino species to the edge of extinction. The western black rhinoceros was declared extinct in 2011. The northern white rhinoceros is functionally extinct, Only 2 females remain, and they cannot reproduce naturally. The Javan rhinoceros numbers fewer than 70 individuals. The Sumatran rhinoceros is critically endangered with fewer than 80 left. Of the 5 rhino species, 3 are critically endangered, 1 is near threatened, and 1 is extinct. This collapse happened not over millions of years of natural selection and environmental change, but over a handful of human generations, driven primarily by poaching for horns and habitat loss. It's a sobering reminder of how quickly humans can unravel what evolution spent millions of years building. 50 million years of survival, of adaptation, of persisting through everything the natural world could produce. Ice ages, meteor impacts, volcanic eruptions, climate swings that eliminated most of the planet's biodiversity multiple times over. Rhinos survived it all. And then humans showed up with guns and chainsaws and markets for horn and land, and in a few decades we've accomplished what 50 million years of natural catastrophe could not. We've brought them to the brink, reduced ancient lineages to tiny populations clinging to existence in protected parks, turned survival success stories into conservation emergencies. The rhino's deep past speaks of resilience. Their present speaks of vulnerability to a threat evolution never prepared them for: us. If you watch a beaver working underwater, you might marvel at how long it can hold its breath while gnawing through branches or packing mud into its dam. Beavers can remain submerged for up to 15 minutes, enough time to complete substantial construction projects without surfacing, to escape predators by diving and waiting them out, to cross lakes entirely underwater if needed. This breath-holding capacity is impressive for any mammal, particularly one that's primarily active rather than resting during submersion. But beavers aren't just holding their breath while working, they're ecosystem engineers, animals whose activities create entire wetland environments that support countless other species. The dams they build aren't simple piles of sticks. They're sophisticated structures that can span rivers, create ponds acres in size, alter water flow across entire watersheds. A single beaver family, working over years, can transform a flowing stream into a series of ponds and wetlands, creating habitat for fish, amphibians, waterfowl, insects, plants that need standing water. The dams reduce erosion, filter sediments, improve water quality, create fire breaks, store water that slowly releases during droughts. All of this happens because beavers have the engineering instinct and the breath-holding capacity to work underwater for extended periods. They can cut trees on land, drag them to the water, dive down and anchor them in place with mud and stones, build structures that withstand floods and ice, and do it all while spending a quarter of each hour underwater. The combination of these abilities, the engineering drive, the construction capability, the breath-holding endurance, produces animals that reshape landscapes more dramatically than any other creature except humans. Ecosystems exist because beavers can hold their breath long enough to build, because they have the instinct to dam flowing water, because they're willing to invest thousands of hours across generations in construction projects that benefit the whole watershed. They're environmental engineers working mostly underwater, changing the world 15 minutes at a time. A beaver's teeth are among the most distinctive features in the mammal world. Large, orange, chisel-shaped incisors that never stop growing throughout the animal's life. They need to grow continuously, because beavers use them constantly, gnawing through wood, felling trees, processing branches, wearing down enamel and dentin at rates that would destroy normal teeth within months. The continuous growth compensates for the continuous wear. keeping the teeth functional across a lifetime of woodcutting. The orange colour isn't an accident or a sign of poor dental hygiene. It comes from iron deposits in the enamel, metal literally incorporated into the tooth structure. This iron makes the teeth harder, more resistant to wear, and better able to withstand the constant stress of chewing through hardwood. The enamel on the front surface of each tooth is reinforced with iron, while the back surface is softer dentin. This difference in hardness creates a self-sharpening system. As the beaver gnaws, the softer back surface wears, faster than the iron-reinforced front, maintaining a chisel edge that stays sharp through constant use. It's elegant engineering, this self-sharpening, continuously growing, iron-reinforced tooth system. Evolution solved the problem of constant wear by making wear into the sharpening mechanism, by growing teeth that benefit from use rather than being degraded by it. The beaver's teeth are tools that improve with use, that never dull because their design makes dulling impossible, that work better the more they're employed. Those orange incisors, visible when a beaver swims past or stands on a bank assessing a tree, are advertisements of capability. They're saying, I can cut through trees, I can build dams, I can reshape this landscape, and the iron in their enamel, the continuous growth, the self-sharpening design, all of it makes those capabilities real, turns instinct into environmental transformation, creates the beaver's remarkable ability to engineer ecosystems through nothing more sophisticated than really, really effective teeth. The longest beaver dam ever discovered measured 2,790 feet across, over half a mile of continuous construction spanning a section of northern Alberta. Satellite imagery revealed this massive structure in 2007, though local people likely knew about it for years. Scientists examining the dam estimate it's been under construction for decades, possibly since the 1970s, built and maintained across multiple generations of beavers working the same site. Think about what that represents. 40 plus years of continuous construction by an animal that lives maybe 10 to 15 years in the wild. This isn't the work of individual beavers but of multiple generations, each inheriting the project, maintaining it, adding to it, passing it on. Parents build, kits learn, grow into adults who continue the work, raise their own kits who do the same. The dam becomes larger than any individual beaver's lifetime, a monument to instinct and industriousness that transcends the builders themselves. Dams of this scale alter entire landscapes. They create ponds and wetlands that support ecosystems, change water flow patterns, affect vegetation across hundreds of acres. The half-mile dam in Alberta has created a pond system visible from space, wetland habitat that didn't exist before the beavers began their construction. And the beavers don't know they're creating ecosystems. They're just following the instinct to build, to dam flowing water, to create the pond habitat they prefer. The ecological transformation is a side effect, though one that countless other species depend on. That half-mile dam, built stick by stick across decades by animals working without blueprints or plans, just instinct and effort, stands as testament to what simple behaviours, repeated consistently across generations, can accomplish. It's architecture by accumulation, engineering by instinct, one of the largest non-human structures on Earth built by animals who weigh maybe 60 pounds and work primarily by gnawing wood and packing mud. Remarkable doesn't quite cover it. In the underground colonies of East Africa lives a creature that seems to break every rule about how mammals should age and die. Naked mole rats are nearly immune to cancer, They developed the disease at rates so low that for years scientists thought they didn't get cancer at all. Eventually, researchers found a few cases, but the rate remains vanishingly small compared to other mammals. Where cancer is a leading cause of death for most mammal species, it's almost absent in naked mole rats. The mechanism appears to be a substance they produce called high molecular weight hyaluronan, a complex sugar that fills the spaces between their cells. This substance prevents cells from crowding together, from pressing against each other in ways that can trigger the cellular miscommunication that leads to tumour formation. The crowding of cells is often the first step in cancer development. Cells pressed together start receiving the wrong signals, begin dividing when they shouldn't, eventually forming masses that grow out of control. Naked mole rats prevent this first step from happening. Their tissues remain loosely packed, cells separated by this hyaluronan cushion that keeps them from triggering each other's cancer pathways. Why naked mole rats evolved this particular protection isn't entirely clear. One theory is that it relates to their underground lifestyle. Living in cramped burrows with poor oxygen levels might have created selection pressure for cells that don't respond to stress by turning cancerous. Another theory focuses on their unusual longevity. Naked mole rats live up to 30 years, far longer than other rodents their size. Perhaps the cancer resistance evolved alongside the extended lifespan, both necessary for an animal that lives long enough for cancer to become a significant risk. Whatever the reason, the result is an animal that's almost conquered one of the most universal diseases in mammals, that's found a cellular solution to the problem of cells dividing when they shouldn't. And scientists study them intensely, hoping that understanding how naked mole rats avoid cancer might teach us something about how to prevent or treat it in species, like humans, who aren't so fortunate. The naked mole rat's peculiarities don't end with cancer resistance. These animals can survive without oxygen for up to 18 minutes, a duration that would kill most mammals, including humans, within a few minutes. When oxygen levels drop, a common occurrence in their sealed underground burrow systems, naked mole rats don't panic or suffocate. They switch metabolic pathways, doing something no other mammal can do. They start metabolizing fructose instead of glucose. This is bizarre because fructose metabolism is primarily a plant strategy, not something mammals do for energy production. Plants use fructose in sugar metabolism all the time. Mammals typically convert fructose to glucose first, then use the glucose for energy. But naked mole rats under oxygen deprivation begin processing fructose directly, like a plant would, using metabolic pathways that don't require oxygen. It's a backup system that lets them keep their organs functioning when breathing isn't providing oxygen, when the air in their tunnels goes stale and other animals would asphyxiate. They go into a kind of suspended animation during this time. Their heart rate drops dramatically, their activity ceases, they become almost comatose. But their cells keep working, their brain stays alive, their organs maintain function using this alternative fuel source and metabolic pathway. When oxygen returns, they wake up, resume normal activity, apparently no worse for the experience. It's a superpower that seems almost science fictional, the ability to survive without breathing by temporarily becoming more plant-like in metabolism. And it's yet another example of how naked mole rats operate outside the normal rules of mammalian biology, finding solutions to survival problems that no other mammal has discovered or needed. Perhaps the most profound peculiarity of naked mole rat biology is how they age, or more accurately, how they don't. Most mammals show increased mortality risk as they get older. A 10-year-old mouse has a much higher risk of dying than a 1-year-old mouse. The same pattern holds for humans, elephants, whales. Essentially, every mammal we've studied closely enough to generate mortality curves. Aging means increasing likelihood of death. Until you look at naked mole rats. Naked mole rats don't show increased mortality risk with age. A 30-year-old naked mole rat has roughly the same chance of dying on any given day as a 1-year-old naked mole rat. Their mortality risk is low and flat, not low and rising. They age biologically in some ways. They accumulate wear. Their tissues show changes over time. But whatever's killing them kills young and old at similar rates, which means they're not dying of aging in the way other mammals do. They're not accumulating senescence, not becoming progressively more vulnerable to death simply by virtue of having lived a long time. This is called negligible senescence, and it's extraordinarily rare in mammals. It violates what we thought were fundamental rules of mammalian biology, of how bodies work and fail and eventually stop working entirely. Scientists studying naked mole rats are trying to understand how they do this. What cellular or genetic mechanisms allow them to maintain function without the progressive deterioration that characterizes aging in other species? The answers could reshape our understanding of what aging is, whether it's inevitable, what aspects of it might be preventable or treatable. The naked mole rat, this small, wrinkled, hairless creature living in East African burrows, might be teaching us that the way humans and most other mammals age isn't the only way, isn't inevitable, isn't written into biology as firmly as we thought. They're not immortal, they still die eventually. But they're not dying of age, not in the sense that age is the thing weakening them progressively. And that difference, small as it sounds, as might be one of the most important things a mammal can teach us. Among the various oddities of armadillo reproduction, one stands out as particularly unusual. 9-banded armadillos, the species most common in the Americas, nearly always give birth to identical quadruplets. Not randomly, not occasionally, but almost invariably. 4 genetically identical offspring from a single fertilized egg that splits into 4 embryos during early development. This is called polyembryony, and while it occurs occasionally in other species, the 9-banded armadillo has made it their standard reproductive strategy. 1 egg, 1 fertilization event, but 4 individuals develop, each a genetic clone of its siblings. The mother gives birth to quadruplets who are more than just siblings. They're identical copies at the DNA level. The same individual replicated 4 times through developmental splitting rather than through separate fertilizations. Why armadillos do this isn't entirely clear. One theory suggests it's a hedging strategy. By producing 4 identical offspring instead of 1 or 2 genetically variable ones, the mother increases her chances of at least some surviving to adulthood. If local conditions favor a particular genetic combination, she produces 4 copies of that combination, rather than genetic variety that might or might not be well suited to current conditions. Another theory focuses on the armadillo's peculiar uterus structure, which might make multiple embryos from one fertilization more efficient than multiple separate fertilizations. Whatever the evolutionary reasoning, the result is that armadillo litters are clones, siblings who share 100% of their DNA. Individuals who are genetically the same individual reproduce through developmental peculiarity. It makes armadillos valuable for research. Scientists can study genetically identical animals from the same litter, controlling for genetics while testing other variables. But it also makes them unusual, One more example of how mammalian reproduction, varied as it is, can still surprise us with strategies we don't see elsewhere. The 9-banded armadillo carries a dubious distinction in the medical world. It's the only animal besides humans known to naturally contract leprosy, the disease caused by the bacterium Mycobacterium leprae. This isn't just a curiosity. It's become medically significant, thus making armadillos both victims of the disease and valuable research subjects for understanding and treating it. The reason armadillos are susceptible comes down to body temperature. Leprosy bacteria thrive at temperatures slightly below normal mammalian body temperature, around 89 to 95 degrees Fahrenheit. Most mammals maintain temperatures around 98 to 100 degrees, which is too warm for the bacteria to flourish. But armadillos have unusually low body temperatures for mammals, hovering around 90 degrees, creating ideal conditions for Mycobacterium leprae to establish infections. Their cool blood becomes a perfect incubator for bacteria that most other mammals are too warm to host. This unfortunate susceptibility means wild armadillo populations in some regions have relatively high leprosy infection rates. In parts of the southern United States, a significant percentage of armadillos carry the disease. Humans can contract leprosy from handling infected armadillos, though the risk is low and the disease is treatable with antibiotics. More importantly for medical research, armadillos provide the only natural animal model for studying leprosy. Scientists use armadillos to test treatments, understand disease progression, develop vaccines, work that's difficult or impossible without an animal that naturally contracts the same infection humans do. The armadillo's low body temperature, an adaptation that probably serves purposes having nothing to do with disease, accidentally made them vulnerable to a bacterium that exploits that exact temperature range. And in becoming vulnerable, they became valuable, their unfortunate susceptibility serving human medicine even as it threatens armadillo populations. It's an uncomfortable symbiosis, built on shared vulnerability to a disease that affects almost no other species. When an armadillo needs to cross a river, it has two strategies, both of which seem almost comically improbable until you see them in action. The first strategy is to inflate their intestines with air, essentially turning their digestive tract into a flotation device. By gulping air and holding it in their gut, armadillos can make themselves buoyant enough to float across water surfaces, paddling with their legs while their inflated intestines keep them afloat. It's like carrying your own life preserver internally, a biological solution to the problem of how to cross water when you're dense and armoured. But the second strategy is even stranger. Armadillos can hold their breath for up to 6 minutes, long enough to simply walk across river bottoms instead of swimming across the surface. They wade in, sink due to their heavy armour, and walk along the bottom until they reach the other side, then climb out and continue on their way. The choice between floating and walking apparently depends on the situation. Water depth, current strength, distance to cross, may be just individual preference. Both strategies reveal something about how evolution solves problems with whatever tools are available. The armadillo's heavy armour makes it poorly suited for swimming in conventional ways, too dense, too rigid, too heavy to stay afloat through normal paddling. So instead of evolving away the armour or giving up on crossing water, your armadillos developed workarounds. Inflate your guts to gain buoyancy, or forget buoyancy entirely and just walk underwater. Neither solution is elegant in the way a seal's streamlined swimming is elegant. But both work, which is all evolution requires. The armadillo crosses the river one way or another, using strategies that seem absurd until you remember that absurd but functional beats, elegant but useless every time. And somewhere, armadillos are crossing rivers right now, either floating on inflated intestines or walking along muddy bottoms, getting to the other side through methods that would never make it into an engineering textbook, but work perfectly well in practice. The giant anteater, wandering across South American grasslands and forests, has 0 teeth in its elongated skull. Not few teeth, not reduced teeth, not vestigial nubs of what used to be teeth. 0. Complete absence of dental structures. And yet this toothless animal consumes up to 30,000 ants and termites every day, processing vast quantities of insects without any ability to chew, relying entirely on different adaptations to make its specialized diet work. The solution is a tongue of almost absurd proportions and capability. An anteater's tongue can extend up to 2 feet, more than half the length of the animal's entire body. It's covered in sticky saliva that traps insects on contact, and it flicks in and out at remarkable speed, up to 150 times per minute when the anteater is feeding actively. The tongue darts into ant hills and termite mounds, sweeps through tunnels and chambers, withdraws covered in hundreds of insects that the anteater swallows whole. No chewing, no grinding, and just collection and swallowing in rapid succession. This feeding method has been perfected over millions of years. The anteater doesn't stay at any single colony long. It feeds for a minute or two, consumes a few thousand insects, then moves on. This prevents it from destroying its food sources, leaves enough ants or termites alive to rebuild the colony, ensures the anteater can return to the same area later and find more food. It's sustainable harvesting through biological constraint. The anteater physically can't destroy an entire colony before it needs to move on to the next one. The lack of teeth isn't a deficit here. It's part of a complete feeding system that works without chewing, that turns the tongue into the primary tool and makes teeth unnecessary. The anteater's toothless mouth, and that elongated snout with nothing but tongue inside, represents specialization taken to an extreme. Giving up teeth meant giving up the option to eat anything that requires chewing, but it also meant becoming one of the most efficient insectivores on the planet, able to consume tens of thousands of prey items daily through pure tongue speed and stickiness. If you could examine an anteater's anatomy closely, you'd discover something that seems almost impossible. The tongue, that remarkable 2-foot-long organ that defines the anteater's feeding strategy, doesn't attach to the jaw or anywhere near the mouth like tongues do in most mammals. Instead, it's anchored near the breastbone, attached to the sternum, deep in the chest cavity. The tongue extends from this anchor point all the way through the elongated snout and out the mouth. A muscle and connective tissue structure that's longer than seems anatomically feasible. This unusual attachment point allows for the extreme length the anteater needs for its feeding style. If the tongue anchored in the jaw like a normal mammal tongue, it couldn't extend far enough to reach deep into termite mounds and ant hills. The available space would be limited by the mouth and skull dimensions. But by anchoring in the chest, the tongue gains extraordinary length, coiling back into the chest cavity when not in use, extending forward through the skull when needed. It's a solution that requires rearranging normal mammalian anatomy significantly. The tongue becomes less a mouth organ and more a retractable feeding appendage that happens to pass through the mouth on its way to insects. The muscles that operate this tongue are correspondingly massive, filling much of the anteater's chest cavity, providing the strength and speed needed for those 150 flicks per minute. Operating a 2-foot tongue at that rate requires serious muscular power, and the anteater's anatomy reflects that priority. Form follows function to an extreme here. The anteater's entire upper body is basically a tongue operation mechanism, everything arranged around the requirements of extending and retracting this absurdly long feeding organ. When you see an anteater, that long snout and bulky chest aren't separate features. They're parts of an integrated system for deploying the longest tongue relative to body size of any mammal, anchored in the chest because that's the only way to make it work. It's biological engineering that sacrificed conventional tongue anatomy for specialized capability, and the result is an animal that can reach insects other predators can't access. Life at the smallest scales of mammalian existence operates under rules that seem almost cruel in their metabolic demands. Shrews, among the smallest mammals on Earth, have such extraordinarily fast metabolisms that they must eat every 2 to 3 hours, or they'll starve to death. Not get hungry, not become weak. Actually die from starvation in the span of a few hours if they don't find food. Their hearts beat over 1,000 times per minute. Their metabolic rate is so high that they burn calories at rates that seem almost impossible to sustain. This metabolic intensity comes from basic physics of size and heat loss. The small animals have large surface area relative to their volume, which means heat escapes their bodies quickly. To maintain the constant body temperature that being a mammal requires, shrews must generate heat continuously, which means burning fuel constantly, which means eating almost without pause. They consume more than their own body weight in food daily, hunting insects and small invertebrates in a perpetual quest to avoid the starvation that's always just hours away. There's no vacation from this metabolic treadmill, no opportunity to rest and conserve energy. A shrew's life is constant activity punctuated by brief sleep periods, waking every few hours to eat because not eating means dying. They live in a state of permanent caloric urgency that makes survival feel precarious in ways larger mammals don't experience. Humans can go days without eating, though it's unpleasant. Elephants can travel for extended periods between water and food sources, but shrews exist just hours away from death at all times, their tiny bodies burning through energy so fast that life becomes an endless search for the next meal. It's the price of being small and warm-blooded, the cost of maintaining mammalian body temperature at diminutive sizes where physics makes heat retention difficult. The shrew pays this price every day of its brief life, eating constantly, burning calories as fast as it consumes them, living at the absolute edge of metabolic sustainability. Among the shrew's already unusual biology, some species possess a trait that sets them apart even further. They produce venomous saliva, making them one of the very few venomous mammals. The venom isn't lethal to humans. A shrew bite might cause pain and swelling but won't kill you. But for prey, particularly invertebrates and small vertebrates that shrews hunt, the venom is potent enough to paralyze. This paralytic venom serves a fascinating purpose beyond simply killing prey. Shrews can bite prey, inject venom that paralyzes but doesn't kill, then store the immobilized prey for later consumption. It's essentially creating a living food cache. Prey that stays fresh because it's still alive, just unable to move or escape. The shrew can return hours later when metabolic demands require more food, and the paralyzed prey is still there, still fresh, ready to eat. It's a solution to the shrew's constant hunger problem, a way to smooth out the boom and bust nature of hunting by storing surplus when hunting is good. Like, the venom contains various peptides and proteins that interfere with neural function and cardiovascular activity, causing paralysis and reduced metabolic function in the prey. Some shrew species have been observed maintaining these living food stores for days, checking on them periodically, consuming them as needed. It's hunting strategy that extends beyond the kill, using venom to preserve prey in a state between life and death, converting successful hunts into resources that last beyond the immediate meal. And it makes shrews, those tiny, constantly hungry animals, into venomous predators with biochemical weapons few other mammals possess. The venom isn't as dramatic as a snake's or spider's, but it's effective for the shrew's purposes, creating a pantry of paralyzed prey to draw on during the brief windows between metabolic crises. The blue whale's heart is an organ of almost incomprehensible scale. It weighs approximately 400 pounds, roughly the weight of an adult male gorilla or 3 average adult humans. It's the size of a small car, large enough that a human could theoretically crawl through its major arteries, though this is more anatomical trivia than practical possibility. This enormous heart pumps blood through a circulatory system that serves the largest animal ever to exist, moving nutrients and oxygen through a body that can reach 200 tons. But perhaps most remarkable is the heart rate. A blue whale's heart beats just 5 to 6 times per minute when diving, slowing down to an almost unbelievable pace as the whale descends into deep water. That's one heartbeat roughly every 10 seconds, a pulse so slow it would be fatal for most mammals, although barely fast enough to seem like a living rhythm at all. The heart's electrical activity, its mechanical contractions, can be detected from 2 miles away with sensitive enough equipment. The whale's heartbeat becomes a drum beat echoing through the ocean, a low-frequency pulse marking time in a rhythm so different from human experience that it barely seems possible. When the whale surfaces and breathes, the heart rate increases up to 25 or even 37 beats per minute during the surfacing and breathing process. Still slow by human standards, but a dramatic acceleration compared to the diving rate. This ability to slow the heart dramatically while diving conserves oxygen, reduces metabolic demands, allows the whale to stay underwater for extended periods without breathing. And the heart that beats 5 times per minute while diving is the same heart that accelerated to 37 times per minute moments later, an organ that operates across a range of rates that would cause cardiac failure in most animals. It's a heart built to serve the largest animal ever, beaten slowly through the deep water, marking time in a rhythm of giants, pumping blood through arteries wide enough for a child to swim through if biology somehow allowed. Everything about the blue whale exists at scales that challenge comprehension, and the heart, that 400-pound engine of circulation, might be the most remarkable organ in the entire massive system. The blue whale's cardiovascular system operates at a scale that turns ordinary anatomy into landscape-level engineering. The main aorta, the primary artery carrying blood from the heart to the rest of the body, is wide enough that a human child could swim through it. Not squeeze through, not crawl through with difficulty, actually swim if such a thing were biologically possible. The vessel's diameter measures roughly a foot across in the largest individuals, creating a tunnel through which blood flows not in the trickle of human veins, but in massive volumes that supply an animal weighing as much as 30 elephants. Every aspect of blue whale biology exists at this kind of exaggerated scale. The tongue weighs as much as an elephant. The heart is the size of a small car. A newborn calf is 20 feet long and weighs up to 3 tons. These aren't just large animals, they're animals operating at a scale that breaks the mental models we use for understanding biology. When we think mammal, we're thinking human-sized or elephant-sized, creatures we can see whole, can comprehend in single glances. The blue whale exceeds those intuitions, exists at dimensions where individual organs are the size of animals, where blood vessels become navigable spaces, where every biological function is magnified to almost geological proportions, and yet, fundamentally, it's still just a mammal. Same 4-chambered heart design as yours, just vastly larger. Same circulatory system layout, arteries, veins, capillaries, just scaled up until the primary vessels are measured in feet rather than millimeters. The blue whale is a reminder that the basic mammalian blueprint, refined over millions of years, is flexible enough to support everything from a 2-gram shrew to a 200-ton whale. The engineering principles scale, apparently across 5 orders of magnitude in mass. The same basic plan works whether you're building a mouse or building the largest animal that has ever existed. You just adjust the dimensions, strengthen the materials, and somehow, impossibly, remarkably, it all still functions. Arteries wide enough to swim through, serving an animal that's swimming itself, carrying blood that's carrying oxygen to muscles that move flukes that propel the whale through oceans with power that seems mythological but is just biology, scaled up to sizes that barely seem real. Migration is common among mammals, but few species undertake journeys quite as extreme as the humpback whale. These animals migrate up to 16,000 miles annually, one of the longest migrations of any mammal on Earth. They travel from feeding grounds in polar waters, the nutrient-rich cold seas near Antarctica or the Arctic, to tropical breeding grounds in warmer waters near the equator. The journey can take months, covering distances that cross entire ocean basins, navigating without maps or landmarks through open water. During the feeding season, humpbacks gorge themselves in polar waters where krill and small fish swarm in massive concentrations. They eat continuously, building up blubber reserves that will sustain them through the migration and breeding season. Then, as seasons change, they begin the journey toward the tropics, swimming for weeks or months, barely eating during the migration itself. They're living off stored energy, burning through the fat they accumulated during feeding season, travelling toward warm water where they'll mate or give birth but won't feed substantially. Why make this journey? The warm tropical waters provide better conditions for newborn calves, less risk of hypothermia, fewer predators than in polar waters. But there's almost no food in these tropical breeding grounds, at least not food suitable for baleen whales who filter massive quantities of tiny prey. So humpbacks separate their lives geographically and temporally, feed in the cold, breed in the warm, migrate between these poles of their existence, committing to journeys of thousands of miles to access the conditions each activity requires. They navigate using methods we don't fully understand, probably a combination of magnetic field sensing, following underwater topography, or possibly even using star patterns or remembering routes learned from following mothers during their first migration as calves. Whatever the mechanism, it works well enough that humpbacks complete these extraordinary journeys generation after generation, swimming half the circumference of the Earth annually, pursuing the dual requirements of food and reproduction across oceans that seem limitless, but which the whales navigate with apparent confidence. Among the many extraordinary capabilities that whales possess, the sperm whale's diving ability stands out as particularly extreme. These animals can dive over 7,000 feet deep, descending into realms of total darkness and crushing pressure, holding their breath for up to 90 minutes while hunting in environments most mammals couldn't survive even briefly. At these depths, again, a light doesn't penetrate. The pressure is over 3,000 pounds per square inch. The temperature hovers just above freezing, and the sperm whale hunts there, pursuing giant squid and other deep-sea prey through water so dark and cold and compressed that it seems hostile to life itself. The physiological adaptations required for these dives are extensive. Sperm whales can collapse their lungs intentionally, forcing air out to prevent nitrogen absorption that would cause decompression sickness. They have unusually high concentrations of myoglobin in their muscles, proteins that store oxygen and release it slowly during dives. Their metabolism can shift to anaerobic pathways when oxygen runs low, tolerating lactic acid buildup that would incapacitate other mammals. Their blood can carry more oxygen per unit volume than most mammals' blood can manage, and they've evolved flexible rib cages that compress under pressure rather than breaking, bodies that adapt to crushing depths that would kill animals built with rigid skeletons. What they're hunting at these depths, giant squid and other cephalopods, exists in an environment we've barely explored. Humans in submarines have visited these depths, but only briefly, protected by technology. Sperm whales go there routinely, on their own biology, descending into darkness for an hour at a time, hunting prey that can be as large as they are, fighting battles in the deep that leave circular scars from squid suckers on their skin. Then they surface, breathe, rest briefly and dive again, spending much of their lives in an environment so extreme that it seems almost alien. The deepest parts of the ocean, the abyssal realms where pressure and darkness dominate, are the sperm whales' hunting grounds. They've claimed territory where almost no other mammals can follow. If you could measure intelligence by brain size alone, the sperm whale would dominate every conversation about consciousness and cognition. A sperm whale's brain weighs approximately 17 pounds, making it the largest brain of any animal ever known to have existed, not just among living species but in the entire fossil record. For comparison, a human brain weighs about 3 pounds. An elephant's brain, despite the animal's tremendous size, weighs around 11 pounds. The sperm whale's brain exceeds both, contains more neurons, more complexity, more raw processing capacity than any other organ that evolution has produced. But what does a sperm whale do with all that brain power? We honestly don't know. They're highly social animals, living in matriarchal groups, communicating through elaborate clicking patterns that might encode information we don't understand yet. They coordinate hunts in total darkness at crushing depths, navigating three-dimensional space without vision, using echolocation to build mental maps of their surroundings. They've been observed protecting injured pod members, sharing care of young, engaging in behaviours that suggest complex social understanding. But beyond these observations, the sperm whale's inner life remains mysterious. What do they think about during those 90-minute dives into darkness? What kind of consciousness emerges from a brain that size, that complexity, operating in an environment so different from the terrestrial world where human consciousness evolved? Do they experience something like thoughts, emotions, self-awareness? Do they have culture, history, knowledge passed down through generations in those clicking vocalizations? We can measure the brain, count neurons, map structures, but we can't access the experience, can't know what it's like to be a sperm whale with the largest brain on Earth, diving into abyssal darkness, living a life so different from ours that the very questions we'd ask might not make sense in the context of whale consciousness. The sperm whale's brain is a reminder that intelligence might take forms we don't recognize, that consciousness might exist in configurations we can't access, that the universe of mind might be far larger and stranger than the small corner of it we experience as humans. Sometimes evolution reveals surprising connections between creatures that look nothing alike and live in completely different worlds. Manatees, those peaceful aquatic herbivores drifting through coastal waters and rivers, are closely related to elephants. Not distantly related in the way all mammals share ancestry, but closely related, cousins separated by evolutionary time but still sharing a relatively recent common ancestor from around 60 million years ago. The connection seems impossible at first. Elephants are terrestrial, massive, equipped with trunks and tusks, living in savannas and forests. Manatees are fully aquatic, streamlined for water, gentle grazers of seagrass and aquatic vegetation, looking more like seals or whales than anything land-based. But anatomy tells the hidden story. Both have thick skin and sparse body hair. Both have toenails on their appendages, elephants on their feet, manatees on their flippers, remnants of the land-dwelling ancestor they shared. Both have similar tooth replacement patterns, growing new molars throughout their lives as old ones wear down from processing vegetation. Genetic analysis confirms what anatomy suggests. Manatees and elephants are part of the same evolutionary lineage, the Afrotheria, a group that also includes hyraxes and a few other unusual mammals. Their common ancestor lived on the African continent before tectonic drifts separated land masses and opened ecological opportunities. One lineage stayed on land, grew larger, developed trunks, became elephants. The other lineage returned to the water, became streamlined, lost external ears, developed flippers, became sirenians, manatees and dugongs. Two radically different paths from the same starting point, evolution taking related animals into completely different environments and shaping them accordingly. But the relationship persists in bones and genes and tooth patterns, evidence that these disparate creatures share history, despite looking like they come from different branches of the tree of life entirely. The manatee's peaceful grazing in Florida waters and the elephants browsing in African forests, separated by oceans and completely different lifestyles, but connected by ancestry that DNA reveals and anatomy confirms. Living an aquatic life while breathing air creates particular challenges that manatees have solved through adaptations both obvious and subtle. They must surface to breathe every 3 to 5 minutes during active periods, rising to the waterline, exhaling and inhaling in brief moments before submerging again. But when resting, when their metabolism slows and oxygen demands decrease, manatees can hold their breath for up to 20 minutes, lying motionless on the bottom of rivers or bays, barely stirring, conserving energy and oxygen in a state that looks almost like sleep but might be something different. This breath-holding capacity comes from several adaptations. Manatees have unusually large lungs for their body size, providing substantial oxygen storage. Their muscles contain high concentrations of myoglobin, yet the protein that stores oxygen in muscle tissue, creating reserves that can be drawn on during extended submersion. and they can slow their metabolism significantly when resting, reducing oxygen consumption to levels that make 20-minute breath holds sustainable rather than desperate. The result is an animal that lives between worlds, not quite terrestrial despite breathing air, not quite fully aquatic despite spending its entire life in water. Their slow metabolism serves other purposes too. Manatees are large animals living in sometimes cool waters, and maintaining body temperature requires energy. By keeping metabolic rates low, they reduce heat generation, which means they're vulnerable to cold in ways that more metabolically active marine mammals aren't. When water temperatures drop below 68 degrees Fahrenheit, and manatees can develop cold stress, their bodies unable to generate enough heat to maintain proper function. This drives their seasonal migrations, moving toward warm water sources in winter, natural springs that maintain constant temperatures, power plant discharge areas that warm the water artificially. They're tropical animals, fundamentally, living at the edge of their temperature tolerance in places like Florida, dependent on warm water to survive. Those 20-minute breath holds, that slow metabolism, the gentle drifting through seagrass beds, all of it happens within narrow environmental constraints that make manatees more fragile than their size suggests. They're large but not robust, powerful but not resilient, adapted precisely to specific conditions and vulnerable when those conditions change. When night falls and insects take to the air, bats begin one of nature's most valuable ecosystem services. A single bat can eat up to its entire body weight in insects during a single night of hunting. For a bat weighing half an ounce, that might mean consuming several thousand mosquitoes, moths, beetles, and other flying insects in just a few hours of feeding. Scale this up to a colony of thousands or millions of bats, and you're looking at tons of insects removed from the environment every night. The agricultural benefit of this predation is almost difficult to overstate. Bats provide natural pest control worth billions of dollars to agriculture worldwide. They consume insects that would otherwise damage crops, moths whose larvae eat cotton, beetles that destroy corn, true bugs that pierce fruit. A large bat colony can consume several tons of insects over the course of a growing season, reducing the need for pesticide applications, protecting crops through pure predation efficiency. In some regions, the loss of bat populations to disease or habitat destruction has led to measurable increases in crop damage and pesticide use, demonstrating through absence what bats were providing through presence. This isn't a service bats provide intentionally, of course. They're just eating, following hunger and the instinct to hunt flying insects through the night. But the side effect of their feeding benefits human agriculture enormously, creates value we often don't recognize until it's gone. The bat hunting mosquitoes over a field isn't thinking about crop protection. It's thinking, if bats think in ways we'd recognize, about food, about catching enough insects to fuel its impossibly fast metabolism, about making it through the night with enough energy to return to the roost. But in pursuing those simple goals, bats are protecting harvests, reducing disease vectors, maintaining ecological balances that humans benefit from even when we don't notice the bats doing the work. They're flying through darkness, hunting by echolocation, catching thousands of insects individually through the night, and in the aggregate creating one of the most valuable and unappreciated ecosystem services any animal provides. Among the various bat species, vampire bats stand out for reasons that go beyond their blood-drinking diet. They display a behavior that looks remarkably like altruism, like genuine concern for colony members' welfare. When a vampire bat returns to its roost after a successful night of feeding, drinking enough blood to sustain itself, it will sometimes regurgitate blood to feed hungry colony members who didn't manage to find meals. This isn't random charity, it's targeted sharing, directed toward bats who would otherwise be in danger of starvation. But here's what makes it particularly interesting from a behavioral perspective. Vampire bats remember who has helped them in the past. They're more likely to share with bats who have shared with them before, creating what biologists call reciprocal altruism. It's a sophisticated social strategy. Help others when you can, and they'll help you when you're the one who needs it. Bats who consistently fail to share when they're well fed find themselves ignored when they're hungry. The system creates pressure toward cooperation, toward maintaining relationships that might save your life when you have a run of bad hunting luck. This requires memory, social tracking, the ability to recognize individuals and recall their past behaviors. It requires vampires to value future reciprocity over immediate resource hoarding. And it works, creating bat colonies where food sharing buffers against the variability of hunting success. Some nights you find blood, some nights you don't. But if you're part of a reciprocal sharing network, a few bad nights won't kill you because others will share. Then, when your luck turns, you share back, maintaining relationships that have survival value beyond any single feeding event. It's cooperation built on enlightened self-interest, social bonds that serve practical purposes, an altruism that makes sense once you account for the long-term benefits of maintaining reciprocal relationships. The vampire bat, drinking blood and regurgitating it for hungry roostmates, is engaging in one of the more sophisticated social behaviors observed in mammals, creating insurance networks through shared meals and remembered favors. Among their many remarkable navigation abilities, some bat species can detect and use Earth's magnetic field for navigation during migration. This magnetoreception, the ability to sense magnetic field lines and use them for orientation, allows bats to maintain directional heading even when other cues like landmarks or star patterns aren't available. They have an internal compass we don't fully understand, a sense that humans lack entirely, aligning themselves with invisible field lines that wrap around the planet. The mechanism isn't completely clear yet. Some research suggests magnetite crystals in bat tissue might provide the sensing capability, tiny particles of iron oxide that physically orient in response to magnetic fields, creating signals that bats can interpret as directional information. Other research points to specialized photoreceptors in the eye that might detect magnetic fields through quantum mechanical processes, light-dependent reactions that produce different signals based on field orientation. It's possible both mechanisms contribute, or that different bat species use different systems. Whatever the mechanism, the result is navigation that works in total darkness, through overcast skies, just in situations where visual or acoustic cues provide no directional information. The bat feels which way is north, senses the magnetic field lines, and orients accordingly. This supplements their echolocation, giving them long-distance navigation capability that echolocation alone couldn't provide. You can't echolocate your way across hundreds of miles of terrain you've never seen before, but you can follow magnetic field lines that run consistent directions using an internal compass that never fails as long as the Earth maintains its magnetic field. Bats navigate through senses we can barely imagine, building mental maps from echoes and magnetic fields, finding their way through darkness using tools evolution gave them and we're still trying to understand. The magnetic sense is invisible to us, undetectable without instruments. But for migrating bats, it might be as important as sight is to us, a fundamental way of knowing where you are and which direction to travel. In defiance of the normal rules relating size, metabolism and lifespan, some bats live extraordinarily long lives. The oldest known bat lived to be at least 41 years old. This is exceptional, almost shocking, when you consider that bats are small mammals with fast metabolisms, categories that usually predict short lifespans. A similarly sized rodent would be ancient at 5 years, but bats somehow keep living, keep flying, keep hunting insects night after night for decades. This longevity appears to be connected to their unique biology in ways scientists are still working to understand. Bats might have particularly effective DNA repair mechanisms, cells that maintain themselves better than other mammals' cells, accumulating fewer errors over time. Their ability to enter torpor, temporarily dropping their metabolic rate and body temperature, might slow aging by reducing the oxidative stress that comes from constant high metabolism. Their flight lifestyle might select for better cellular maintenance, since flying requires such precise control that damaged tissues would be immediately disadvantageous. Or perhaps their unique immune systems, which tolerate viruses that would kill other mammals, also protect against the cellular damage that drives aging. Whatever the mechanisms, bats are teaching us that the relationships we thought were fixed, small equals short-lived, fast metabolism equals rapid aging, are more flexible than we understood. A bat weighing less than an ounce can outlive dogs, cats, and many other mammals 10 times its size. It suggests that longevity isn't simply determined by size or metabolic rate, but by cellular and genetic factors we're still learning to identify. The 41-year-old bat, still flying after 4 decades, still hunting after thousands of nights, represents an exception that might help us understand the rules, a demonstration that aging isn't as inevitable or consistent as we assumed. And somewhere, bats are living through their 3rd or 4th decade, defying expectations, surviving in ways that challenge our understanding of what small, fast-living mammals can achieve. If you trace the evolutionary history of primates, the order that includes humans, apes, monkeys, and their relatives, you find that grasping hands evolved primarily for moving through trees, not for using tools. The ability to grip branches, to wrap fingers around supports, to move through 3-dimensional forest canopies with confidence. These were the selection pressures that shaped primate hands into their distinctive form. The opposable thumb, the flexible fingers, the sensitive tactile perception, all of it developed for arboreal locomotion, for life among the branches. Tool use came later, much later, as an opportunistic exploitation of hands that were already capable of precise gripping. Those hands, evolved for climbing and grasping branches, turned out to be useful for manipulating objects, for holding stones and sticks, for the fine motor control that eventually enabled everything from stone tools to writing to surgery. But the hands weren't designed for these purposes. They were available for them, pre-adapted by millions of years of tree-dwelling ancestors who needed to grip without falling. It's a reminder that evolution doesn't plan ahead, doesn't create adaptations for future purposes. It solves immediate problems, and sometimes those solutions turn out to be useful for completely different purposes later. The primate hand is for climbing, was always for climbing, stayed for climbing across tens of millions of years. That it also proved capable of tool use, of creating technology, of building civilizations. That's fortunate accident, evolutionary serendipity, the right adaptation at the right time that enabled possibilities its original selection pressures never anticipated. Our hands, typing and crafting and manipulating the world with precision, are our fundamentally climbing equipment, repurposed for purposes that only became relevant when some of our ancestors stopped living in trees and started using those tree-climbing hands for tasks trees never required. The history is written in our anatomy, hands made for branches used for everything else. The extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs 66 million years ago, likely caused by an asteroid impact, changed the course of mammalian evolution in profound ways. Before that extinction event, mammals had existed for over 100 million years, but remained mostly small, mostly nocturnal, occupying ecological niches in the shadows while dinosaurs dominated terrestrial ecosystems. Brain size in these early mammals was relatively modest, appropriate for animals living in the margins. After the dinosaurs vanished, something remarkable happened. The mammal brains began expanding rapidly in evolutionary terms. With ecological niches suddenly vacant, no large herbivores, no dominant predators, no dinosaurian megafauna filling the roles that would soon belong to mammals, natural selection began favouring larger body sizes and consequently larger brains. But the brain expansion wasn't just proportional to body size. Mammals developed relatively larger brains than you'd predict from body size alone, investing disproportionately in neural tissue. This encephalization, the trend toward larger brains relative to body size, became one of the defining features of mammalian evolution in the post-dinosaur world. Primates particularly embraced this trend, developing some of the highest brain-to-body ratios of any mammals. But the pattern extends across many mammal groups. Carnivores developing complex hunting strategies, herbivores developing sophisticated social structures, cetaceans developing large brains for echolocation and social coordination. The post-dinosaur world rewarded intelligence in ways the dinosaur-dominated world apparently didn't, and mammals, freed from their peripheral existence, began the evolutionary trajectory toward complexity that would eventually produce consciousness, language, and all the cognitive capabilities humans take for granted. The asteroid that ended the dinosaurs didn't just clear the stage for mammalian dominance. It created conditions where bigger brains, more sophisticated cognition, became advantageous in ways they hadn't been before. We think because the dinosaurs died, in a sense. Our evolutionary path toward intelligence was cleared by catastrophe. Despite intensive cataloguing efforts spanning centuries, scientists estimate that hundreds of mammal species remain undiscovered. Out of the roughly 6,400 known mammal species, perhaps several hundred more exist, unknown to science, living in remote regions we've barely explored, or in ecological niches we haven't examined closely enough. Most of these hidden mammals are likely small, probably nocturnal, possibly living in tropical forests or other habitats where biodiversity is highest and human access is most limited. New mammal species are still being discovered regularly, not at the rate that new insects or microorganisms are found, but often enough that every year brings announcements of primates we didn't know existed, was rodents from islands we hadn't surveyed thoroughly, bats from caves we finally explored. Some discoveries are genuinely new species, others are cases where what we thought was one widespread species turns out to be multiple distinct species that look similar but have different genetics, different calls, different reproductive barriers keeping them separate. This ongoing discovery process means the mammal story isn't finished, isn't fully catalogued and categorized. There are species out there we haven't met yet, Mammals living their lives entirely unknown to human science, following evolutionary paths we haven't traced, filling ecological roles we haven't documented. Perhaps they're small forest rodents in Southeast Asian jungles. Perhaps they're bats in unexplored cave systems in South America. Perhaps they're primates in remote mountain ranges where human presence is minimal. Wherever they are, whatever they're doing, they represent mysteries still embedded in the mammal family tree. Branches we know exist but haven't found yet. And each discovery, when it comes, adds another piece to the incomplete picture of mammalian diversity, reveals another variation on the theme of being a warm-blooded, fur-bearing, milk-producing animal trying to survive on this planet. If you examined a mammal closely, any mammal, you'd discover that their hair comes in 3 distinct types, each serving different purposes. There are guard hairs, the longer, coarser outer hairs that provide the first line of defense against water, debris, and physical damage. There are whiskers, technically called vibrissae, specialized sensory hairs connected to nerve endings that detect air movement and physical contact. And there's underfur, this soft, dense layer close to the skin that provides insulation, trapping air to maintain body temperature. This 3-tier system represents millions of years of refinement, evolution taking the basic structure of hair, a keratin filament growing from a follicle, and modifying it for different functions. Guard hairs are thicker, stiffer, sometimes hollow to add insulation without weight. They shed water, protect the underfur beneath, give mammals their visible coloration and patterns. Whiskers are exquisitely sensitive, each one connected to muscle tissue and nerve bundles that make them functional sensory organs, thus detecting vibrations and touch with precision that supplements or sometimes exceeds what eyes can perceive. Underfur is fine and numerous, creating an insulating layer that can be remarkably effective. Some Arctic mammals have underfur so dense that it rivals the best synthetic insulation humans have developed. The same basic structure, a hair, modified 3 different ways to serve 3 different purposes. Its elegant economy, evolution getting maximum functionality from minimal invention. You don't need entirely different organ systems for protection, sensation, and insulation. You just need hair, grown in different ways, with different properties, distributed across the body in patterns that serve each function. The mammal's coat, whether it's a polar bear's thick fur or a human's sparse covering, consists of variations on this theme. Guard hairs, whiskers, underfur, each doing its job, each evolved from the same basic hair structure that defines mammals as a group. We are, among other things, the animals whose hair evolved complexity, whose simple filaments became sophisticated systems serving multiple functions simultaneously. The platypus, that Australian oddity that already defies categorization by laying eggs despite being a mammal, carries another unusual distinction. It's one of the very few venomous mammals, and unlike the shrew's relatively mild venom, the platypus produces a toxin that causes excruciating pain in humans. Male platypuses have venomous spurs on their hind legs, hollow structures connected to venom glands that produce a cocktail of proteins and peptides designed for combat with other platypuses. The venom isn't primarily for hunting or defense against predators. It's for competition between males, deployed during breeding season when males fight over territory and access to females. The spur delivers venom that causes immediate severe pain that can persist for weeks or even months. The pain is reportedly resistant to morphine and other conventional painkillers, suggesting the venom operates through mechanisms that standard pain medications don't address effectively. Humans who've been accidentally spurred describe the pain as among the worst they've experienced, a burning, shooting sensation that can be debilitating. Why the platypus evolved this particular weapon isn't entirely clear, though it fits with the general pattern of male competition in many species. What's unusual is the choice of venom rather than other combat adaptations. Larger size, stronger jaws, behavioral dominance displays. The platypus went a different direction, developing chemical warfare capabilities that few other mammals possess. And the venom changes seasonally, becoming more potent during breeding season when male combat is most frequent, suggesting sophisticated physiological control over venom production and composition. The platypus, already strange for its egg-laying and duckbill and beaver tail, adds venomous spurs to its list of peculiarities. It's as if evolution looked at the mammalian body plan and decided to test how many unusual features could be incorporated into a single animal without breaking the basic mammalian template. The result swims through Australian rivers and, looking vaguely absurd but perfectly functional, carrying venom in its heels like some aquatic warrior that natural selection designed as an experiment in biological improbability. When environmental conditions become challenging, food scarce, temperatures extreme, water unavailable, some mammals can enter a state called torpor, a dramatic reduction in metabolic rate and body temperature that conserves energy when survival demands it. This isn't sleep, though it might look similar to casual observation. It's a profound physiological shift where the mammal essentially throttles down its life processes to minimal levels, sometimes reducing metabolic rate by 95% or more. During torpor, body temperature can drop dramatically. A hummingbird in torpor might cool from 104 degrees to 50 degrees Fahrenheit, its tiny body surrendering the warmth that being a mammal usually demands maintaining. Heart rate slows from hundreds of beats per minute to just a few. Breathing becomes irregular, sometimes stopping entirely for minutes at a time. The animal becomes unresponsive, cold to the touch, appearing dead by most ordinary measures. But this is controlled shutdown, not death. The mammal is alive, just operating at the absolute minimum level necessary to preserve tissues and brain function. Torpor can last hours or days depending on species and conditions. When external circumstances improve, food becomes available, temperature moderates, whatever crisis triggered torpor passes. The animal can arouse, warming itself back to normal body temperature, restarting full metabolic function, returning to active life. This ability to put themselves essentially on pause, to survive through conditions that would kill them if they tried to maintain normal function, gives torpor-capable mammals flexibility that others lack. They can wait out bad times rather than fleeing or dying, can survive in environments where resources are unreliable, can make it through nights or seasons that would otherwise be fatal. It's one more strategy in the mammalian repertoire, one more way evolution found to solve the problem of staying alive when being fully alive becomes too expensive to sustain. Hibernation is torpor extended and intensified, a strategy some mammals use to survive entire seasons when conditions make active life unsustainable. True hibernators can enter states of such reduced function that they appear dead, their body temperature dropping to barely above freezing, their heartbeat slowing to just a few times per minute, their breathing so infrequent that minutes can pass between breaths. They're not just sleeping through winter, they're physiologically shutting down most life processes, conserving energy by operating at absolute minimum. A hibernating bear's heart rate can drop from 40 beats per minute to just 8. Their body temperature falls, though not as dramatically as smaller hibernators. Bears maintain relatively higher temperatures than ground squirrels or bats, who can cool to near freezing without dying. The hibernating mammal isn't unconscious in the way we think of sleep-induced unconsciousness. They're in a different state entirely, one where awareness is minimal or absent, where the body operates on autopilot, burning stored fat slowly across weeks or months. Some hibernators wake periodically. Every week or two they warm up, become active briefly, possibly eliminate waste or shift position, then return to torpor. Others remain continuously dormant for months, their bodies slowly consuming fat reserves built up during the active season. Bears can hibernate for 7 months, losing up to a third of their body weight by slowly burning fat while their muscles somehow avoid the atrophy that would affect other mammals spending months motionless. The mechanisms that prevent muscle loss, that protect organs during prolonged shutdown, that allow revival after months of near-death metabolic rates, these are still being studied, still revealing secrets about how far mammalian physiology can be pushed while maintaining the ability to return to normal function. Hibernation isn't just deep sleep. It's a biological strategy that borders on suspended animation, a way of pausing life when continuing it would cost more than the animal can afford to spend. When you measure Earth's biomass, the total mass of all living things on the planet, mammals account for less than 0.5% of the total. This seems almost impossible given how much mammals dominate our perception of animal life, how much of ecology and conservation and discussion focuses on mammalian species. But the numbers are stark. Plants represent about 80% of Earth's biomass. Bacteria account for roughly 13%. Fungi add another few percent. And then everything else, all the animals, makes up the remaining fraction, with mammals being a small slice of that small remainder. Yet despite being a tiny fraction of Earth's living mass, mammals have an outsized ecological impact. We shape landscapes through grazing, browsing, predation. We disperse seeds across continents, move in plant genetics farther than wind or water alone could achieve. We control prey populations, preventing overgrazing and allowing plant diversity to flourish. We create habitat through our activities, beavers building wetlands, elephants creating waterholes, prairie dogs constructing burrow systems that other species colonize. Large predators structure entire ecosystems through what's called a trophic cascade, their presence affecting herbivore behavior, which affects plant distribution, which affects dozens of other species. Humans, of course, have taken this disproportionate impact to extremes, reshaping the planet in ways no other single species has matched. But even before humans developed technology and civilization, mammals punched above their weight class in ecological significance. Being warm-blooded allowed activity levels that cold-blooded animals couldn't match. Being intelligent allowed adaptability that simpler animals lacked. Being capable of complex social organization allowed group behaviors that multiplied individual impact. The result is that mammals, despite being barely a rounding error in global biomass, matter enormously to how ecosystems function. We're not numerous, not massive in aggregate, but we're influential far beyond what our biomass fraction would predict. Small presence, large impact, the mammalian signature on a planet where we're vastly outnumbered by bacteria and outweighed by plants. If you measure extinction rates carefully, Comparing current mammal species loss to the background extinction rate, the natural pace at which species disappear even without human influence, the numbers are disturbing. The current extinction rate for mammals is 100 to 1,000 times higher than the natural background rate. Species are vanishing at speeds that evolution cannot replace them, diversity disappearing faster than new species can emerge through natural processes. This accelerated extinction isn't random misfortune or natural cycle. It's driven overwhelmingly by human activities, habitat destruction as we convert wild spaces to agriculture and cities, poaching for body parts that markets demand, climate change altering environments faster than species can adapt, introduction of invasive species that disrupt evolved relationships. The causes are anthropogenic. The result is biological impoverishment at scales that haven't been seen since the dinosaur extinction 66 million years ago. We're watching mammal species disappear in real time. The Beiji River dolphin went extinct in the early 2000s. The western black rhinoceros was declared extinct in 2011. Numerous other species exist only in captivity, or in populations so small that extinction seems inevitable without massive intervention. And for every species that actually goes extinct, which dozens more are pushed to the edge, endangered, critically endangered, functionally extinct in the wild. The mammal family tree is being pruned aggressively, branches cut off before they can produce new species, lineages ending after millions of years of continuity. And it's happening at speeds measured in decades, not millennia, driven by human expansion and consumption, at rates the natural world cannot absorb or adapt to. We're conducting an uncontrolled experiment in how quickly biodiversity can be eliminated, and the results suggest that the answer is, very quickly indeed, when a single species decides, intentionally or through careless side effects, that other species' survival is less important than immediate human interests. When we look backward through deep time, we see that mass extinctions, the great die-offs that eliminated huge percentages of Earth's species, were consistently followed by evolutionary radiations, periods when surviving species diversified rapidly to fill empty ecological niches. After the dinosaurs went extinct, mammals exploded into the vacant spaces, evolving from small nocturnal creatures into the extraordinary diversity we see today. The pattern suggests resilience, suggests that life rebounds, that evolution fills gaps catastrophe creates. Some scientists believe this pattern could repeat if current extinctions continue, that mammals, or whatever survives the ongoing biodiversity crisis, could evolve to fill ecological niches left empty by species we're currently losing. Given enough time, perhaps millions of years, evolution could produce new species to replace lost ones, could generate diversity that replaces what we're eliminating. It's a hopeful thought in some ways, a reminder that life persists, adapts, recovers, even from catastrophic losses. But there's a crucial difference between natural mass extinctions and what's happening now. The timescales are vastly different. Previous radiations took millions of years, incomprehensible stretches of time during which evolution experimented, failed, tried again, slowly building complexity and diversity. We don't have millions of years. We have decades, maybe centuries at most, before current trends push ecosystems past tipping points that prevent recovery within any time frame humans care about. Evolution can replace lost diversity, but not on timescales that matter to human civilization, not fast enough to prevent ecosystem collapse in the interim. And perhaps most importantly, evolution needs surviving populations to work with. If we eliminate species entirely, eliminate genetic lineages that took millions of years to develop, evolution can't recreate them. It can only work forward from what remains, creating new things rather than restoring what was lost. The question isn't whether evolution can eventually replace mammalian diversity. It's whether enough survives the current crisis to serve as foundation for that future diversity, and whether humans will still exist to witness it if it happens at all. As genetic sequencing technology improved, and scientists gained the ability to extract and analyze DNA from ancient specimens, they discovered something remarkable. The mammal family tree contains branches we didn't know existed, entire lineages that left no fossils or left fossils we hadn't yet recognized as distinct species. These genetic ghosts appear in the chromosomes of living mammals, traces of species that existed, bred, passed on their genes, then vanished without leaving physical remains we've found. Some of these discoveries come from analyzing DNA in museum specimens collected decades or centuries ago, specimens that were catalogued as known species but turned out, under genetic analysis, to be distinct lineages. Others come from genetic signatures in modern mammals that suggest ancient hybridization events with species we've never identified. Populations that contributed DNA to living species then went extinct themselves. It's evolution's invisible history, written not in bones but in genetic sequences, preserved not in stone but in the chromosomes of their descendants. This suggests that our fossil-based understanding of mammal evolution is incomplete in fundamental ways. We're seeing the species that happen to fossilize well, that happen to die in conditions that preserve their remains, that happen to be discovered by paleontologists searching in the right places. But beneath and between those fossils are species that existed, species that mattered to the evolutionary story, species that contributed genes and ecological relationships and evolutionary pressures, but that left no physical trace except their DNA, inherited by species that survived when they didn't. The mammal story is larger than the fossils tell us, more complex than bones alone reveal, with chapters written in chromosomes that we're only beginning to learn how to read. Every living mammal carries history in their genes, echoes of ancestors who might never be found in stone, but who shape the lineage nonetheless. Invisible contributors to the evolutionary path that led to the present. Look at what mammals have accomplished across 200 million years of evolutionary experimentation. We've learned to fly, bats developing powered flight independently from birds and insects, creating a third solution to the problem of staying airborne. We've returned to the ocean, whales and dolphins and seals abandoning terrestrial life entirely, becoming fully aquatic despite breathing air and giving birth to live young. We've developed echolocation, the ability to navigate and hunt in total darkness by producing sounds and interpreting their echoes with enough precision to build detailed mental maps of our surroundings. We've mastered hibernation, the art of shutting down most life processes for months and then restarting them without damage. We've evolved the ability to live in extreme environments, Arctic ice, desert heat, alpine altitude, underground burrows sealed from light and fresh air. We've developed complex social structures, from wolf packs to elephant herds to primate societies, with culture and teaching and knowledge transmission across generations. We've created some of the largest animals ever to exist, and some of the smallest mammals possible given the constraints of warm-blooded metabolism. And each of these capabilities represents a different answer to the question of how to survive, how to find and exploit ecological niches, how to make being a mammal work in wildly different circumstances: flight, swimming, echolocation, hibernation, social complexity, size variation, metabolic flexibility. These aren't random traits, they're solutions, hard-won through millions of years of selection, refined through countless generations of mammals who survived or failed based on whether their particular adaptations worked in their particular circumstances. The diversity of strategies, the sheer range of what mammals can do and be, represents evolutionary success, measured not in any single perfect form, but in the ability to find thousands of different forms that all work, that all solve the survival problem in their own ways. We're the inheritors of this experimentation, living examples of countless evolutionary paths that happen to lead somewhere viable. And the fact that such diversity can all be mammals, can all share the basic template of warm blood, fur, milk production, demonstrates how flexible that template is, how many different expressions it allows. Despite everything we've learned about mammalian biology, physiology, behavior, and evolution, one profound mystery remains largely unsolved. We don't fully understand what it's like to be another mammal. We can map their brains, sequence their genomes, observe their behaviors, measure their responses to stimuli. But consciousness itself, the subjective experience of being a bat or dolphin or elephant or whale, remains inaccessible to us in fundamental ways. A dog experiences the world primarily through scent, living in a landscape of smells we can barely detect. What does that feel like from the inside? A bat navigates by echolocation, building three-dimensional sound maps of its environment with precision we can measure but not experience. What is the subjective quality of that sensory world? An elephant hears infrasonic rumbles through the ground, perceives seismic vibrations as communication. How does that information present itself in elephant consciousness? A whale thinks with the largest brain that has ever existed, processes information we can only guess at. What thoughts occupy a sperm whale's mind during those 90-minute dives into darkness? We can know behaviors, can understand mechanisms, can predict responses, but the inner experience, the what-it-is-likeness of being another species, this remains mysterious despite all our advances in neuroscience and animal cognition research. Each mammal species experiences reality through different sensory priorities, different brain structures, different evolutionary histories that shape how they process information and respond to the world. We share common ancestry, share basic biological systems, share the mammalian template, but we might be experiencing profoundly different worlds, even while occupying the same physical space, our senses and brains creating such different representations of reality that true understanding might be impossible across the species barrier. And perhaps that's the deepest mystery mammals present. Not how we evolved, not how our bodies work, but what it feels like to be something other than what we are. Need to experience existence through senses and consciousness shaped by different evolutionary pressures, to live in sensory worlds we can describe but never truly inhabit. Each mammal is a universe of experience we can observe but never fully enter, consciousness that we share common ground with but cannot entirely comprehend, and so we arrive at the end of our journey through the mammal story. Though of course the story itself continues, plays out every moment in forests and oceans and deserts across the planet. We've travelled from the smallest shrew to the largest whale, from the depths of the ocean to the heights of the forest canopy, from ancient origins 200 million years ago to the uncertain future stretching ahead. What emerges from all these facts, from all this diversity, is a portrait of remarkable adaptability. Our mammals found ways to fly and swim and burrow and climb. We developed social structures from solitary to colonial. We created sensory systems based on smell, sound, sight, touch, even magnetic fields. We learned to survive in the coldest places and the hottest, the wettest and the driest. And through it all we remained fundamentally the same, warm-blooded animals who nurse our young, who grow hair, who maintain internal furnaces that free us from the tyranny of external temperature. But perhaps the most important thing to remember as your mind begins its own journey towards sleep is that mammals are still evolving, still adapting, still writing new chapters in a story that began in the shadow of dinosaurs. The bats hunting insects outside your window, the whales diving in distant oceans, the elephants moving across savannas. They're all continuing experiments that have been running for millions of years, experiments in what it means to be a mammal, in how many different ways this basic body plan can express itself. And you, drifting towards sleep now, are part of that story too. You carry the mammalian inheritance in every cell, the warm blood, the complex brain, the millions of years of evolutionary refinement that produced a species capable of wondering about itself, of studying its own history, of being curious about the remarkable family it belongs to. Rest well, knowing that you're connected to everything from the smallest shrew to the largest whale. All of us branches on the same ancient tree. All of us mammals making our way through the world with the tools evolution gave us. Good night.